Wow, that was really high pitched to begin with. Wow. Hey, hi, hello. Welcome to our Friday night live stream. Hello. If you don't know who I am, for some weird reason, my name is Sarah Sutton. I host. I'm on this YouTube channel that you're on now. Tonight or today, this morning, wherever you are, we are doing writing sprints. So we are going to spend the next hour and a half-ish together, writing our hearts out, being productive, working, reading, doing whatever we're doing together. I remembered for once, and I let Instagram know already, I believe I pressed send. But if you want to let your friends know that we're going live, let them know. But welcome. So as a little ticker says, don't forget to like. I don't know if it does anything, but just in case it does, don't forget to. And also, I have coffee. I made it was a dumb decision to make coffee before I came upstairs. And as I pressed go live, I'm like, wait a second, I'm going to talk for like 10 minutes. The coffee's going to go cold. So I'm going to keep this over top of it. Hopefully it doesn't go too cold. I might just have to make me another cup of coffee. I'm not the kind of person who can rewarm it in the microwave. I can't do it. And I can't drink lukewarm coffee. Yuck. But hello. Let me know. This is a little bit too bright. We have a little bit of a glare on our face. Let me know in the chat what we're working on tonight. So currently, I'm working on book 4 of my Most Likely To series. I have not announced the title yet, so yeah. But book 4, we are at 58,000 words. My goal for the day is to hit 60,000, which I think I can do it pretty easy. The thing with this book is it is going by so easy. I think in this past week, I've written 15,000 words. And maybe a little more, honestly. And that is just, no, 50. Okay, hang on. I know where I started off at. I started off at, no, I've written 20,000 words-ish. Give or take a couple hundred. 20,000 words-ish in the past week. And I actually remember, I know for a fact that I did not write for 2 of those days. So it's because I know every single scene I want to happen in my head already. I haven't even plotted this book out. It is just like crystal clear in my head. So when I get to those scenes, writing it just kind of goes by so fast. So exciting. Yeah, I'm almost at 60,000. So that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. But that's what we're working on tonight. I was drafting last Friday, and it's a glorious Friday when we get to draft, you guys. I have missed drafting so much. Like, I mentioned it last week, but in case you weren't here, I haven't drafted since NaNoWriMo in November. Like, legitimately drafted. I probably might have written 1,000 words since November of drafting. So it just feels so good to be back drafting again. And I love these characters. I think this is going to be my cleanest first draft ever. But I do know there are things I already want to change, which is good. So I'm not going into this like, oh my gosh, my first draft is going to be my final draft. Like, don't worry about that. Like, it's definitely a first draft, but I think it is like the cleanest in terms of like, I don't know. Maybe it's just the easiest first draft, honestly. Maybe it's not that clean. It feels clean, but it definitely is the easiest. So, I mean, but I definitely also know things that I want to change coming into when I do work on draft 2. But yes. I'm excited about it. I'm really excited about it. And also, hello to everybody here. I'm so happy you all are here. I love our sprints together, and I'm so excited to like just work on stuff with you guys tonight. I haven't done really anything all day. I think I've written, let's see. I've written 240 words today, so that's not exactly the best, but I usually pour my coffee into a traveler mug. That's so smart. Actually, do I have one of those? I might have a traveler mug. I don't remember if I packed it with me or not. My dad stole my last one, so just sent my young adult paranormal fantasy betas are currently trying to decide what to do. Yay! Oh my gosh. That is so exciting. That is so, so exciting. Oh, just bask in like that feeling, okay? Like it's, oh, that's exciting. And congratulations for reaching that huge step of sending it off to betas. For some reason, like I am so out of breath. I think it's just because I've been talking a lot, but whew. Working on my fantasy romance work in progress. Nice. Love it, love it. Cannot decide if I want to continue outlining for a new project, if I want to get started on reworking an old project. Ooh. Are they in the same genre or are they in different genres? I was looking forward to writing all day, but the book I'm reading is getting so good. I think I'll be reading through the sprints instead. What are you reading? I'm curious. Working on my contemporary figure skating romance, 4th draft. I love that. I love that. Felt crappy all week, allergies and such. So I'm hoping to get the opening of a new paranormal romance done. Awesome. Good goal, good goal. Looks like a lot of us weren't feeling that great this week. Migraine / Virgo stuff. I'm hoping this stream can motivate me to at least finish the read through my book before editing. I only have the last section left to read. Oh my gosh, then yeah, you're gonna crush it. Also, I hope you feel better, like ASAP, because migraines and Virgo, oh my gosh, that is not fun. I'm editing my suspense mystery thriller. Who knows I wrote last year. Awesome. Hang on, I'm gonna do a quick drink, Rooney. I ran out of toffee nut syrup, so my coffee smelled a little bit like coffee, which it's supposed to, you know, but I'm just not used to it. I was used to it, and then I had the toffee nut, and then my taste buds got too frou-frou-y, but we're back to, I don't know. Anyway, I'm distracting Kimberly. What is your favorite stage, my friend? I don't know if we've ever asked you this before, but are you somebody who likes editing more than drafting? This has happened once before, that my Wi-Fi just kicks me off. Like it just disconnects from my computer. So I think I'm back. Lord have mercy. I mean, we have to have a little bit of issues once in a while, eh? You know, we can't all be perfect all the time. Let me know if I'm back though. And then I'm just gonna, okay, I was like, I'm not gonna keep talking if I'm not working. But yeah, I looked and my Wi-Fi was not connected anymore. So don't know why, but that has happened once before on a stream I did in December. Weird. If it happens again, I apologize, but hopefully it doesn't. We're just gonna put out the positive vibes. Oh my gosh. It just threw off my whole, I was feeling really excited. Now I feel like, I sent my autobiography to the person helping me publish it. She said that we can have it published by the end of the week. Wow, that's exciting. Hello, hello. I'm gonna go a little quicker since we are at the 10-minute mark, just so we can hop into our first sprint. I'm currently working on the beginning of my book 5, my series. Let's see how far I get before I either go back and outline or go back and start working on book 1 finally. How funny that you want to see how far you get, but that's exciting to be working on book 5 and the beginning of it. Book 5, that's so cool too. Oh, I love that. I've been working on my winter romance book for the past few days. I'll be doing that tonight, maybe even work on my summer romance during the last sprint. Ooh, I love that you have different season romances. That's so fun. And the winter one is probably really easy to write. I have the issue that my book is set in September, and I'm like, okay, what time is the sun setting in September? Like, is it dark yet? Is it not that dark yet? And so I'm Googling, like, what time does the sun set in September in freaking Connecticut? Y'all, I don't name states for a reason, because once you name states, you have to kind of follow like the laws in states, you know? And so apparently, little side tangent here, me a second ago just said, yeah, I'm gonna go quick. And here I am tangenting. I'm making that into a ing word. Apparently in Connecticut, you cannot get your learner's permit until you turn 16, apparently. And then for driving, I should say, driving permit till you're 16. I think that's what I mean, I hope that's what it was, because that was the research that I did, and that was the research that I found for Connecticut. For Michigan, it's so much different. I can have my learner's permit at like 14 and a half, and then I can get my license at 16. But apparently in Connecticut, you can't have, I don't know. But anyway, that's like why I don't name states, because then I have to obey whatever laws the states have. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to do this. You know, random. Don't know how I got there from your comment, Sarah. I don't quite remember that pathway that we followed. But anyway, I like that you're doing it in seasons. I'm so sorry. I don't know how I got to where I don't know how we got there. Settling into your first person. I am. I've been here for about a month and a half now. So it's just been, time's flying, honestly. I'm at 92 pounds at the moment while working my first draft of another book. Look at you multitasking. I love that, though. Hello. Not sure what I'm working on tonight, but I need to get some words down. Gotcha. Oops. I'm reading The Other Girls by Ali Carter, seeing about series about School for Spies. Oh, that sounds really interesting, actually. School for Spies, I like that. Okay, so different genres. Gotcha. Well, very fun. Very fun genres, too. I am outlining draft 2 American Progress. I'm waiting for the first draft to come from Staples. I have enough notes to the point where I have to I have a guide to write draft 2. I loved it when I used to do this, buying my book from Staples, printing it at Staples. It was so much fun. I think that was kind of what kept me in love with writing so much, was seeing it in that form. I'm like, oh, I want to have it in book one day. Trying to get my first book straightened out so I can publish it. Release date is December 31st. Ooh, plenty of time. Ways work on secondary character sketch. Nice. It's not fun. I have classic story of doctors are like, we don't know what's causing this to be chronic. You're probably okay. Oh my gosh. I feel like we all have a story like that, huh? Like everybody has a story like that, and it's ridiculous. Because I have a story like that, and it drives me crazy. I was sick. No, we're not going to get into it. That was another tangent. We're stopping ourselves. But I'm very sorry that the doctors are like that. I hate when doctors are like that. I swear. Realistically, I love having finished everything, but I definitely like editing more than drafting. I love that. And now we are in the realm of Frozen, Sarah. All right, we're going to skip. Yay. Oh, Lord. It's just, we have to have something go wrong. It's fine. Yeah, it was just once that it happened before. It's not like it does it all the time. So, which I work on now, not hate now. Well, just see what you're feeling. And maybe you just feel like scrolling on social media, It's okay. We accept all things here. Just what internet software can go ahead here. I hate when that happens. I think that's actually, no, maybe that happened when I was on Bree's stream. I hate when that happens, though. It's so, not embarrassing, because it's not embarrassing, but it's like, I don't know, you feel the pressure of it. This is why I set all my books in general area. That's what I did with freaking Love in Fenton County. I did not name a state, I don't think. But for some reason, I like randomly, because in book 2, I randomly dropped the state because it was like on a realtors, like the house was going to be sold. So I was like, oh, let's just put a state. I'm like, Sarah, why did you do that? Why did you do that? I never do that. It's fine. That makes sense too. Middle schoolwork busy week, wish I could join you guys maybe a little later. Well, hopefully your night goes by a little like it goes by smoothly. Hopefully the homework. Did you say homework? Yeah, schoolwork. I'm like, did I just make that up? Hopefully the schoolwork goes by pretty quick and pretty easy. September. Haley. Okay. Oh, Haley. Oh, I could literally give you a hug right now. Oh, God bless you, Haley. But thank you for the sunlight thing too. Okay, that helps so much. I live in Michigan, so I'm still on the East Coast, so I don't think it would be that much. I don't know. But the permit thing also. I've done a lot of research. I was on a lot of like the Connecticut, like, DMV website a lot, like reading all like, oh, how can you like get your hours? Who can you drive with? How long can you not drive with somebody? So like I know a lot of stuff. But that is why I also wish I hadn't set a state, because in Michigan you can get your driver's license at 16 and you can drive with one other person in the car, even like the same day you get your permit, which would have been a lot nicer for my character. It would have been a lot easier for my character, but it's fine. We just randomly established a state and it just kind of screwed us over only a little bit. Okay, looks like I don't have that much to go. Autumn, I'm so glad you can pop in. Hello, thank you for saying hello. Maybe smile. Also, I just noticed that I forgot to respond to the DM that you sent me. I'm coming back to you. I swear, friend. I swear I didn't leave you on red. My dog, I had my phone out. So I had my phone in this hand. And my dog, if you guys saw my Instagram story, she was laying like this. Like, I can't reach the text. So that's what happened. But my dog is so cute. Okay. Oh my gosh. After this comment, we're going to pause, I think, because we're almost 20 minutes in. I'm sorry. That's why I changed. That's why I'm glad my new series is set to part of the future that all country and region names have changed and words have changed. Yeah, it would make it so much easier. Oh, I'm jealous. I love that though. Also, I'm gonna go over my Korean lesson. They're working on drafting. I love that you're learning Korean. I need to get back into my lessons. I've been slacking. I've been slacking so much, and I'm disappointed in myself, honestly. But okay. I'm so sorry for that. We're going 20 minutes in, no sprints. Oh my gosh. That wasn't my fault, was it? No, it wasn't me. Sarah's son didn't do that. Don't look at me. Okay. Phew. We're going to load the timer up to 25 minutes, like we always do. My coffee is probably cold by now, but it's fine. We only had one minor glitch. It's fine. 25 minutes on the clock. I will see you guys when the timer is up. Let's get all these words in 3, 2, 1. Let's start sprinting and see where we end up. All right. That was the end of our first sprint. How did we do? Put it back on that banner. How we do? How we do? How we do? I, for one. So, it was okay. It wasn't exactly how I wanted it to be. I spent the first few minutes on Instagram. I spent the last few minutes also on Instagram. But we ended up getting 421 words. So we're on chapter, oh, we also surpassed 59,000. Like, yeah, we're at 59,040. I gotta look and see how many chapters we have, because I had stopped naming my chapters. We're on chapter 19. Crazy. But that's me, 420, do I say 21? I don't remember. But, all right, I'm gonna be honest, I think I did this from this order. Well, what did you order? I'm so intrigued. I fought myself really hard on not to order food today, but to make food. I really wanted to order Bob Evans, but I ended up just I made ramen, which, you know, it was good, but I would have rather had Bob Evans. 33 pages read. Awesome. Saw a couple videos on YouTube. Like it. Hey, sometimes you just need to just watch YouTube videos, you know? Like mine. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Jumped in late, but got some words in. Yay, Alexis. Awesome. Spent the whole sprint snuggling a puppy and watching him play with the toy. Puppies are just too cute. I had my dogs over today, and they were just adorable. I love them to pieces. I wish I could have them here all the time. I've been working on my Winter Young Adult Romance story. My Winter Young Adult Romance story also has fantasy mixed with adventure in it. I've been writing my winter romance for the past 10 days. Wow. Well, very fun. That's cool. 565, epic. I ate some fried chicken or rice and read a book to get in the writing mood. I'm ready for sprint 2. Awesome. I got a few words written arguing with this update to Microsoft, trying to convince me to save to the cloud. Yeah, I hate when things just like update. Speaking of updates, has anybody else heard that Netflix is trying to like get people to not share like passwords between households? I know they've been trying to do that for a while, but now they've done it in Canada, I think. So I'm like, that's getting closer. I don't enjoy it. It's just so much. The Netflix subscription is so expensive. And it's easier to just like split the bill with like my parents. But like, I don't know if it's worth it to pay for myself fully. Anyway, I was just reading an article about it today, so I was like, what? Anyway, instead of reading, got 1,250 words. I love seeing your word counts. Clara, I love them so much. Also, look at my cheeks. My rosacea is full form right now, and it actually really hurts. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, look how it is popping. That's funny. Ooh, thank you. I got a bit distracted with eating dinner, but I got about 200 words written. A bit of a slow start, but I have a good thing with next sprint. Yay. Yeah, I feel like for me, this was a slow start as well, but I feel like for the next one, we're going to do great. We're going to do really, really well. 411, I'm going to take those wins. They haven't written since Monday. Oh, definitely a win. 363 words. Epic. I began the cooking process at Sprint. Now it is in the oven baking. Very fun. What are you making tonight? I'm curious. I just love food, guys. Also, I just need ideas because I don't have things. I don't know what to cook. I was doing really, really well at meal planning in the beginning. Now I'm floundering. It's also because I don't have any groceries, so it's fine. Got a little more than halfway done with my section, and I think my meds have finally kicked in 2 hours later. Either that or handfuls of dry cereal was the cure, but almost done with the read. I hate how sometimes it's like medicine doesn't kick in. Like you take it and it's like, okay, it's not doing anything. For me, that's usually when certain things happen, like certain times of the month. But like it's like the worst when that happens because I took medicine. There's nothing else I can do except wallow in pain. But I'm glad it's something's working. 312 words. Nice. I worked on my pacing and fed my dog. Very nice. What breed is your dog? That's fun. Bevins sounds so good. Got a place called Freddy's. It's kind of like Culver's. Ah, gotcha. Bevins does sound so good. I might have to go there in the morning. Except Saturday mornings are pretty busy at Bob Evans. I used to work there. It was a time and a half trying to world build and outline in a notebook going back to longhand. I haven't done longhand writing in so long. That's crazy. I miss it. Now that you've like said it, Joshua, I'm like, wow, it's been a hot minute. But very cool. Also, world building like longhand sounds interesting. Rebecca, hi. Oh, yes, well, I'm glad you're here. Hey. To be fair, I never did people share. I guess that's well. I was looking at the article I was looking at, and it said that Netflix posted a tweet saying like love is sharing your passwords, but like so like that was back in 2017, 2015. I don't know when it was like newish, but not newish. That wasn't new in 2017, but it doesn't matter. It's just like it's an interesting thing. It's an interesting concept. I'm curious to see how that will go with them. You're right. We have Viki. That's all we need, really. I mean, a lot of the things that are on Netflix are also on Viki, so like K-drama wise. And I can't. That's the problem. Yeah, I feel like because it's so expensive. Like ours is like $20 a month, and it's like no other streaming service is that expensive. But it's crazy. And I agree. I think immediate family only. But like when you, I don't know. It's interesting. I'm curious to see how it'll go. But I reckon a scene I want to put in the collection. Very nice. Steak and a baked potato. Oh, that sounds so good. That sounds so good. She's a golden retriever. Oh, those are so pretty. Oh, those are so pretty. I'm just gonna stop talking about Netflix. I don't want to. I didn't think that was gonna be I didn't mean for it to be a talk. It's okay. So I'm just gonna stop talking about Netflix. I decided to go back to the old horror adventure project. I have to re-outline it, but I found them in the old novel notes. Oh my gosh, finding old notes is so exciting. Oh, that's so fun. Oh, especially going back to an old project and finding those old notes for that old project. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. And yes, now that like Joshua brought it up, I'm like, oh, I kind of have the urge to, you know? I kind of have the urge to. I'm going to start the next sprint now. 25 minutes on the clock on my coffee. I ended up finishing it, you guys, before I got, well, I mean, probably have like 3 drinks left, but it's okay. But we're not drinking it because now it's cold. But it's done. I feel good about having it finished. But now I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, now I'm thirsty. I go downstairs and get a water. So I'll be back. But 25 minutes on the clock. Let's start it in 3, 2, 1. And let's see where we end up. Okie dokie. So, how we do? How we do? How we do? Let me see. Where's my cursor? There it is. All right, we got 650 words. Wow. I was not loving the emotion in that scene, but we'll get there. I mean, in editing, we'll get there, but I still got it finished. We are starting the next chapter on the next sprint, so yeah, now we're at 59,694 words. So fun times, fun times, fun times. How we do? I was able to schedule posts for vendor event I'm part of for tomorrow and log in my seizure app. I'm not having a seizure. Yay. I was also able to keep track my mood and mental health app. Well, that's so exciting about tomorrow. Oh my gosh. Jasmine, hi. Thank you for coming. Hang on. Jeez Louise, and a bag of cheese. My project is going well. I'm planning to end the scene where the protagonist goes on a date on Valentine's Day. Since Valentine's Day is coming up in 4 days. Oh, that's so fun. Yeah, that is really fun. That is really fun. I can't believe Valentine's Day is coming up so fast. I feel like I blink and it's here, which I'm single, so like that's fine, but just funny. Finish a read there. Now I'm going to attempt to work on homework I have for my writing conference in March, but that doesn't work today. I'll probably just read for fun. P.S. Every time my timer goes off, my pet bird Cosmo sings with it. That's so cute. Oh my gosh. That is adorable. Oh my gosh. I'm dyslexic in every language. More tea. Oh, that's funny. More tea. What kind of tea are you drinking? I have never really gotten into tea. I can't remember the last time I've ever had tea. But maybe my taste buds are more mature now. I got most of my scenes written down to index cards for replotting and such. Awesome. I started at the 19 mark and wrote 359 words. Great job, great job. Alexis wrote 989. Oh my gosh. I was able to transfer the whole thing into Scrivener so I can go through it piece by piece. And I've started to read through my old hand notes and the info I had for the back info. Well, very nice. Great productivity. Ate dinner, got to PJs, and read 8 pages. Awesome. Oh, PJs sound lovely. I am in jeans for no reason at all. I don't want to be in jeans. I probably will change in the next sprint because PJs sound lovely. 565, nearly done with the chapter. Awesome. Managed to get 392 words. Great job, great job. We're crushing it tonight. Oh my gosh. 515 words. It was a cutesy scene. I love that. I feel like my scenes in this draft, where I do the edit, I have to kind of see if I can add a bit more, like, so I have a lot of cutesy scenes, I would say, in like this book, but I feel like sometimes these cutesy scenes, they don't have a, I need to bulk up the goal in the scenes because it's cute to see characters be cute, but like I need to have like, I guess, up the motivation. Literally my entire problem is always motivation. Every single time without fail. It's just motivation every time. Oh my gosh, I hate it. 1,371 words and hit 4K words for the day. Oh my gosh. I don't know how many I got for the day. I should check that. Actually, I don't even know where I started. Actually, yes, I do. I think I do. Know where I started. I'll look that next sprint. 306 words. Keep getting distracted, though. That's okay. 306 is amazing, though. I got 4 pages of my notebook written. I'm going to try and record during the next sprint. I love longhand. I just wish I could record word count without using the computer. Yeah, I feel you. I definitely feel you. I did a bit of research. As for pacing, I now know that I should think of plot material to make my now 11 episode series into 12 episodes. Ooh. Oh my gosh, hopefully like the plot material comes pretty easily though. I added 139 words. My throat started to get scratchy again. I'm going to put the fur babies to bed. My hot shower curl in. 5 a.m. was way too early. Oh my gosh, yes. I woke up at 6 a.m. for some reason, and then I was up until 9, and I literally slept for 3 hours. I slept through the alarm that I set. woke up at noon and I'm like, oh my gosh, what the heck? So I feel you. Sometimes it's just too early. Oh, thank you. So like a larger reason for the scene to exist other than to be cutesy. Correct. And it's hard because like a romance, like the goal is to showcase the characters getting closer, but I just need to like bulk up the motivation behind the scenes of them getting closer. Do you know what I'm saying? But the trope I'm writing right now, it's not that hard. Like the trope that I'm writing makes it easy for the characters to be together and to be cutesy. So like I don't think it's necessarily bad how it's happening. I just think I could bulk it up in editing, you know, which I shouldn't be thinking about. Don't think about editing right now, but it's fine. I also fixed the issue that character names were accidentally the same name as my friend and her boyfriend because it was getting too weird. I bet that'd be really weird, especially if they're both the same. I also uninstalled OneDrive and cleared some files. Nice. Sarah Baird read my book and one of her notes on my main character's feelings. And Sarah, the amount of times I wrote in this draft, what is Leo feeling? And I think this book is written first. I feel like it can be hard though. The only reason I know it so much, like I notice it, is because I overdo it. And you know this. But like I overdo it. So I'm like, oh, I want more here. But it's like, Sarah, you don't need more everywhere, you know? So, but I love how you were doing it, like finding your character motivations, because I feel like now going into edits and looking for Layla's feelings, it's going to be a lot easier now that you've already done that aspect of the character sheets. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things. I know. I mean, and it's okay because sometimes that's easy to like just you know it in your head, or you know, sometimes you don't, but sometimes you just assume. But I feel you. Maybe it'll help if the way they get closer feels more heavy, like if they get closer over a heavy topic. Yeah, no, yeah. It'll happen. I'll figure it out. It's all good. I mean, I have the plot in my head, so, and it's hard because I obviously can't share anything about it because like spoilers and all that stuff. But I have some ideas. But yeah. I have a conference to attend in October, but I'm hoping to find one where I don't know anyone mid-year. Ooh, interesting. I don't think I've ever really been to a writing conference. I don't think I have. I went to the virtual one in Toronto with Jesse and Katie, but I don't think I've ever really been to an actual in-person one. Actually making my ensemble and 2 people that have bachelors is so helpful. And I feel like that is just so, I love that idea, especially with your characters that you have. They're also like colorful. They have like different kind of backgrounds and like they're unique enough that like diving in deeper would be so fun. And we've talked about this in the past about like your ideas for like little, yeah, I swear. I love it all. I think you have great characters. The October conference is more of a writer family reunion. Interesting. I can't read. I almost sent you a quote the other day because it was so funny and it tied into Rebelling with the Bad Boy in such a funny way. But I'm like, no, Sarah. And there's really nobody else like I can really share that with. I'm like, no, Sarah, just hang on. It's more funny. Like it's funnier when you have all of the context, you know. But I can't wait for you to read it. I think you'll enjoy it. I know I want to deepen up my conflict a little bit more, and I feel like you have an idea of what the conflict is going to look like. But I want to make it more believable and stuff. But I think you'll like it. I think you'll like the meet cute, especially. I think you will all love Book 4's meet cute. It's like my favorite one I have ever written, which exciting. I get way too excited whenever you mention Toronto because I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so fun. I wish I had a hometown of a big city. I wish. I live in a little corn country. We'll start our next sprint in a hot second. Conferences make me anxious, whereas retreats, yes, same. I think I would actually hate a conference, an in-person conference. That's why when we did RAM like that, I did it virtual with Katie and Jesse. I have to unbutton my jeans, y'all. My now that I've mentioned my jeans, it's like all I can think about is how my jeans are like. I had to unbutton them. I couldn't do it. I don't think I could do anything other than like a virtual conference with friends. Because I just would get so anxious about not knowing anybody, you know? That's me. I'm an introvert. I can't do that social interaction like that. You're more than I mean, I almost said like, ooh, I feel like it'd be much funnier when you have the context of like character backstories. You know what I'm saying? Book 4 is gonna be so good. Book 3 is gonna be good too. Please be excited for book 3 as well. But book 4, I'm so excited about book 4. I love conferences. The OCW conference in October is when I went to a pre-book, so it's easy to get your feet wet in. I gotcha. No, the thing is, I'm talking way too much about it for the fact that book 3 is not even out yet. I'm usually really good at like shutting up about books, like because this is bad. Me talking about book 4 this much is bad promo for book 3. So I need to actually stop talking about book 4. So terrified this conference doesn't come right. When it's in March, I want to clarify. I knew this. You literally just said it for 1. We talked about it for 2. March. I think it's gonna be so exciting though. I feel like it's gonna be so good. I'm so excited to like see your experience with it. Just imagine if our hometown. I swear, I would be blown away, and I'd be very afraid of that person. I want to get out so bad. It's okay. It's okay. One day. You keep talking about your jeans and PJs, and I'm sitting here thinking about you. This sprint, I'm going. I'm getting out of these nice clothes. I need a sweatshirt and like loose pants. You'll be fine, Esperanza. Oh yeah, it's Esperanza. Book 3. Yes, please. That's how we need to. Book 3. Woo, we're back with the bad boy. Woo. Oh my gosh, I'm talking way too much about book 4. It's fine. I loved it the first time I read it, and then it got down. I feel like, is this about book 3? I think book 3 went through such a transition phase. Oh my gosh. It is, it just, yeah. It is, you said, it just makes you want to go get to it faster. Get to, I forgot what this would have been to. I forgot what this would have been in relation to. My brain, I swear, it's like a goldfish brain. I forget things like instantly. I'm way too excited about book 3 and 4 for girls. So book 1. I mean, book 3, the bad boy trope. Oh, bad boy trope for days. Bad boy trope with like a soft interior. Please. I also got some people commenting like, oh, I don't support the bad boy trope. But I'm like, I don't think you'll have that issue with this book. Like, I don't think it's the kind of bad boy I mean, it's not like dark romance bad boy. So, I mean, we're still in the young adult, sweet contemporary. So, thank you. I can't wait to hear what your thoughts are. Oh my gosh. I've been going to the October conference for 27 years. Oh my gosh. Oh, I see what you're saying, for the family reunion. Oh, right. Duh. I'm sorry. Book 3 versus book 4 conversation. Said that. It just makes me want to get to it faster. To book 3, book 4. Yeah, I just feel like I need to like promote book 3 more. So I don't know. It's just I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. I'm good. I'm sorry. I'm just like rambling. I'm like, we're talking about my books, and I want to just keep talking about it, but I also know we need to sprint. And I'm sorry. Well, I'll go fast. I live for Hudson. Oh my gosh. Hudson is just like, he's so cute. Somebody had said like Vincent's gonna have some competition, and I'm like, I feel like Hudson and Vincent would be best friends. They would be such BFFs. Also, one thing I love about reading your books is being able to pick up on things I know we're inspired by things around. Brooke. The idea, like, so many things are literally inspired by things right here, just because it's so easy to picture in my head. Like in the new series, I have it's like the football field is like a 5-minute walk away from the high school, because it's easy in my head to picture how our football field was set up. And so I'm like, okay, we're just gonna take inspiration there, take inspiration from something else, and like, you know, it's just so easy, you know, so easy. Which, if anybody thinks that's laziness, it probably is. But you would never have known. The best kind of bad boy who Oh, you're just so sweet. You're just so sweet. It's a trope on the way. Second, it's great to be modernized. Yeah. And yes, I agree. The bad boy trope is great as long as it's not like I can't do bullying either. It's not my cup of tea. I always thought the bad boy trope can use a modernization. I mean, bad comes in all forms, to all types of people. Yeah, for sure, for sure. 25 acres, the house is a retreat. Uh, yes, I swear. I swear. And yeah. That's so funny. That is so funny. I think you're the only one around here who actually reads my books. So like, that's so funny. Like I don't know. It's just funny to me. But in my city too, I'm worried people will pick up on it. I feel like it's okay. Like if they pick up on it, I don't know. I don't know. I it's one of those things. I feel like you can take some inspiration from some spots and make some spots your own, and it's all good. It's one of those. I mean, we all write from our experiences too, so it's more of the forbidden, less the jerk. Yeah, the bully jerk kind of thing. It's just not my cup of tea. I would cry, you know, if a guy was like that mean to me, like insulting me, and I'd cry. And then if they were physically violent, then like ew for like another. That's not my cup of tea. But all right. Anyway, we're getting. That was a very long tangent. I'm sorry. I mean, I love chatting. I'm apologizing to the people who are probably like, I want to get to a sprint. You know what I'm saying? So, but I know a lot of us do like chatting. So, I'm going to start our next sprint. This is going to be our third sprint of the night. It's only 8:30, so we're making great time. All right. 25 minutes on the clock. I will see you guys when the timer is up in 3. I'm going to go take off my jeans for another one. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. And let's see if we end up. All right, that was the third sprint of the night. I forgot to change the banner. It's fine. How do we do? I had to look and see how I did. I'm not sure. Ah, my back. Oh. Let's see. Oh, I spelled that word wrong. Hang on, I gotta fix that word. It's gonna bother me. All right. I think that's where I left off, eh? 617. So I also changed. Much better clothes. Except these pants that I'm wearing, they have like a cinch at the ankles. So like they keep riding up my ankles and then my ankles get cold. Like, it's not that big of a deal, but I've been struggling. Filled in my planner for tomorrow, wrote my dreams do come true journal, reviewed the booklet from the research study I participated in last summer, and put my iPad away. It was a very productive sprint for you. Oh my goodness, that is amazing. Holy cow. Got to the website, but first my computer had to load and update, and then I couldn't decide which assignment to start with because I'm starving. Noodles and Company on the way. Ooh, I think we have one of those coming close to us. I think I saw that building being built. Maybe it's not the same thing. Maybe it's just another place called Noodles and Company, but it sounds very interesting. But couldn't decide to start. I mean, hopefully the Noodles and Company comes fast because it's not fun to be starving when you want to do something. Read 31 pages. Wow, that's great. Came up with some new scene ideas and messed with the Pinterest board from Smart Inspo. Awesome, awesome. Love Pinterest boards. Oh my gosh. 413 words. Great job, Haley. Got 3 minutes and 3:43 and 15 minutes just got on. Awesome. Glad you can make it. I ate rice and salad. Nice. Nice. I actually generated some plot material that will fit in very well. Yay! Oh, that's so exciting. Oh, that's so exciting. Oops. I find I am always more productive with sprints than without sprints. I feel like it can vary for me. Like today I was not productive at all, but now I'm productive with these sprints. But the other day I had a 10K day, like randomly. So I feel like it goes back and forth for me. But I am very productive with sprints. At least I am tonight. I think, let's see, my back hurts really bad for some reason. 1,200 words. My music kept getting too slow and breaking me out of the flow, which was annoying. That's the thing I found. I cannot listen to slow music. When I had my 10K day, all I was listening to were songs sped up, and I think that helped a lot. Almost done with the scene. Awesome. Also finally broke into Act 2. Yay. Oh, that's great. Love it when you can break into Act 2. When you do like new acts, or like hit major word count milestones, it's so nice. I think the way I can modernize the story will add some cool elements that lacked from what I remember, so I can't wait to start marrying the two. Oh, that's so fun. Yay. 510 words. I think I spent a good portion of the sprint trying to find the names of a couple of side characters in my notebook. Nice. How do you like the new video and publish? So she does it in I think she does videos as well, but I'm listening to it in the podcast version. The podcast format is so nice because when I was doing Publish and Thrive, so I've already taken Publish and Thrive, obviously. I took it when she first came out with it in 2019, I believe it was. But I do re-listen to it every time. But there's a lot of the classes that like I don't need to see the video format. So I'd always have the video format play, but like it's so nice to find like actually have it on a podcast version now. Because now I can listen on podcasts and do like other. That's so nice. That's so nice. I'm loving it so much so far. And tomorrow I think is the first Q&A. So I love the Q&As too. It's such a great thing. Oh, so good. I'm usually more productive with sprints because it helps me turn off my critical brain. But I can't stand doing sprints if I'm stuck in the scene for some reason. I agree. Yeah, I feel you. Because when you're stuck, it's not fun because you feel the ticking clock, but you're stuck. Oh, I feel like I'm just like, oh, I am aiming for 10K a day. I might not quite make it because I'm only at just over 5K now, but I'm nothing if not overly optimistic about my writing speed. And you write fast, so I would be optimistic as well. That I think you can do it still. When I write, I listen to Viking music. It's instrumental and upbeat. Ooh, that's so cool and fun. Oh my gosh, Viking music. I'm more productive with sprints because of body doubling. Body doubling. What is that? Because of body doubling. What is that? I'm curious. It sounds like futuristic, but maybe I'm just like not putting it together in my head. I feel like it is nice. It's a little bit easier to write with sprints, especially when you know like other people are writing at the same time as you. You know, like you're not just writing by yourself on your couch. You know what I mean? You're writing with other people, kind of. So I feel like that is one aspect about sprints that is really helpful. But sometimes for me, it can be overwhelming, and I don't want to do it when I know other people are watching me, and that might be more so because I am on camera instead of, if I was just writing like off, if I was in the chat and not on camera. And I think for me, it also depends on what I'm working on. So like for drafting, it's pretty easy for me to just get sucked into the story. But like say if I were working on client work, I cannot do that on camera. I don't know what it is. I just cannot get sucked into the story while also being like, okay, I have like 15 minutes left, 10 minutes left. You know what I'm saying? I just cannot do it. So for me, it depends on, the people, the project I'm working on. Sometimes I'm like, I can't work because there's no sprint happening. I need to get better at that since I'm responsible for all my own deadlines. I feel you. Literally me, also with the deadlines thing. I told you I was going to have this draft to you by February 15th, which was also just like a tentative for me because I know we talked about deadlines and stuff. But like, that's not going to happen. It's so hard to like stick to deadlines you set for yourself. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to keep your own self accountable. Like you as a universal you. And I'm finding that to be pretty true. It's always been true for me. So moving in here, it's not been that different, but I feel like I'm just like, oh, I just want to watch K-dramas. Oh, I just, I don't know. Holding yourself accountable is hard, so I feel you. It's an ADHD thing. It's kind of like an accountability buddy for me, having other people do things with me. Oh, that makes sense. See, like I said, how it's nice to know people are doing something at the same time as you. That makes so much sense. You don't have to do the same thing as other persons, though. Just knowing that someone's doing it with you, kind of. That makes total sense. Just want to say I love that you do these every week now. Super helpful, motivating. Oh, I'm so glad you think they're like helpful. Yay! Yeah, I think one of the things that why I didn't stream before is because I didn't really feel like comfortable with my space. Like, because like my parents would be walking past and I would be like, oh my gosh, my parents can probably hear me talking. And it would just make me feel, I don't know, nervous, I guess. And then sometimes my brother would come over, and my brother has the loudest voice. And it's not like he's meaning to shout, but he's shouting. And it's like, oh my gosh, you sound like it comes across on like my live streams and he sounds angry, but it's just how loud his voice is. And so I'm like, okay, I don't want, if he comes over, then I'll have to make sure he's quiet and I have to make sure the dogs are quiet. And it was just a lot of like outward stress. So that's why I didn't stream pretty much at all last year. But now with this space, like this dedicated space, I just feel like, oh, it's just perfect. It's just perfect. I get so much more done on these live streams the rest of the week. Not being in control of the timer forces me to not take insanely long breaks / give up for the day. That makes sense too. I get it. I've been terrible at self-accountability lately with work. And it's one of those things that you think like, I thought that I would be like really good at it, like holding myself accountable, but sometimes it's really hard, sometimes it's really, really hard to be like, oh, it's kind of like forcing yourself to wake up early when you don't have to, so it's weird. These writing sprint live streams help me with the accountability and knowing that other writers are working on their stories too. It feels like we're in the same boat. Yes. And it's so nice to know like there's just people with you who are in your same boat, Write your deadline yourself. I struggle so bad with altering deadlines halfway. If I feel like I won't make something, I'll just to fit. I feel you. I feel you so much. And for me, what the thing is I am a procrastinator. I'm a hardcore procrastinator. I've always been a procrastinator. And so I'll slack off in the beginning stages of my deadline, and I will like rush really, really hard. Not rush because I make sure everything's like still good quality, but I'll like push myself really, really hard, and that leads to burnout. But I'll push myself really, really hard, and then I'm like, oh, I just need a few more days. Usually with me, like with Esperanza, I'm always like, I just need one more day, and I think I can get this to you. That's usually what it is. I feel like I'm always one day short. Like my brain, I just need to tell myself to get started working one day earlier. But I'm definitely a procrastinator, so that makes self-imposed deadlines even harder. When I clean, I put on Clean With Me videos on YouTube. I love Clean With Me videos. Oh, they're so good. They're so good. Remember to get up and stretch between sprints, guys. I forgot to until now. Yes, I always have to stretch during my sprints because I am obviously talking and I cannot walk around during these sprints. But yes, stretch, friends. Drink some water. I got mine. Drink your water. Ready for sprint number 4? I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready. I saw this and it said Queen of the Keys. I went to get some fast food the other day. It was actually I get this one certain fast food once a week, and the lady every time she goes, "How you doing today, Queen?" And I'm like, oh, I love you. It's so funny when like that's just so maybe it just brightens your day instantly. There you go, Queen. I'm like, oh my gosh, I am a queen and you're a queen. We're all queens. I'm super competitive with myself. I like the way sprints force me to go fast, and I'm each time I'm trying to get faster. Oh, I love that too. I love that too. You should look into the 5 types of perfectionism. Oh, I've never heard of that. I definitely will have to. All right, let us start our final sprint of the night. 25 minutes on the clock. I don't know what I'm going to do for the rest of the night. I think I'm going to try and write a little bit more. I forgot to tell you guys, I surpassed 60,000 words. I'm at 60,310 words. So yay. I don't know how much I'm going to write left tonight, but part of me wants to watch some K-drama, but like I don't know what I would watch. So we have to see. I love seeing customers' faces when I called them a queen when I worked at customer counter once upon a time. It's, oh my gosh, it makes me smile so big. I bet your customers loved it. I used to work as a server, and it was probably the job that, like, can you imagine me as a waitress? Like, me as a waitress? I mean, I still don't know how I did it. I was so, like, I don't know. I'm such an introvert, you know? I just can't imagine doing it again. I like the tips, but I can't imagine me as a waitress anymore. 25 minutes on the clock. Final sprint of the night. Let's see where we end up. In 3, in 2, in 1. Let's get writing. All right, final sprint of the night is over. How'd we do? How'd we do? Let me change my banner. Okay, cool. That was the best sprint I had so far tonight. It was 777 words, which puts me at 61,091 words. Did I say I remembered? Oh, I think I do remember where I left off, where I started today. So let me check really quick. It was right here. So far today, I've written 2,813 words. So my goal was going to be to write 3,000 today. That's kind of close to what I wrote yesterday. So it's kind of like my I don't know, if I don't push myself hard, that seems to be like my daily average, but we're going to push ourselves tonight. Mostly because, like I said, I don't have a K-drama that I'm watching right now. I'm watching 2 that are live releasing, and then I'm rewatching Doom at Your Service, which I don't feel like desperate to watch the next episode of Doom at Your Service because I have seen it before. So I feel like as long as I don't start the next episode, I think I will be okay to keep going. So let me go back to here. I did a bit of research, then decided to clean for the last 15 minutes of the sprint. Awesome, very productive. Finally finished my dissociation acrostic poem. I started it last month with the D line filled in. I did the other 11 letters this last sprint. So I don't know what any of that means, but it sounds very interesting. That sounds really cool. I'm glad you did that sprint. Ate my noodles and got through I was going to read that as 2/7 assignments. 2 out of 7 assignments. Great job also. That's great progress. Especially from Ian. I reorganized the scenes that I've written already into pieces that I can read on their own and work on to input my new ideas into. Small steps at a time, so much to do. Hey, those are great steps, though, for that sprint. For the final sprint, that's really great. 480 words and about halfway through edits/rewrites on this scene. Well, very exciting. Great job. Chose a new book to read and got 31 pages in. Very nice, Eleanor. About 522 words. I finished a chapter. Yay! Yay. Just saw YouTube, some of your videos, and these other YouTube. Oh, very nice. Also, thank you for watching if you watched. 665, great job. I wrote 1,164 pans to scene for fun that involved a funeral for an imaginary fish that liked to skateboard. It really makes sense within the contemporary romance. That sounds so fun, though. I love that. I've been meaning to watch Doom at Your Service. I'm currently watching The Alchemy of Souls, my sister, and by myself, Bat and Crazy. So, Doom at Your Service is so good. It is one of the few that is a 5-star watch for me. I absolutely love everything about it. Oh my gosh, don't get me started. But, so definitely watch it. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. And Alchemy of Souls, that's been on my watch list. But I am nervous because I'm the kind of person who almost needs a happy ending. And I don't know if this drama does or not. Like, I haven't heard. I know season 2 kind of just recently came out, so I don't know. But I don't know. I love how the premise sounds, and it sounds really interesting, but I don't know if it would be right for me. But I would love it to be because I love that actor. 522, nice. Total words written tonight is 2,084. Awesome. That's something people get after trauma and helping get through it. And across the Puma's poem that each line is start with the letter of the word. Interesting. Well, that sounds really cool. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Every single time I get the urge to sneeze. I don't know if I ever really do though. Definitely do. Because and if anybody ever wants to DM me about K-dramas, please DM me all the K-dramas. I will talk talk about them all day. Thank you so much for these sprints. It broke me out of a week-long writer's block. Now that I'm past Act 1 of the book, I'm excited about the story again. Oh my gosh, yay! Well, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Especially that it broke out of writer's block. So good. How do you get through so many K-dramas? Do you keep it on the back? I don't know. I watch it. So I don't really know how I get through them so fast. I think it's because I just dedicate like one day. Like, you know, when you're working a full-time job, you're not working on your full-time job every single day. You're not working on it 24/7. So I try and give myself like 2 days off a week. So during those 2 days, I pretty much don't do anything but watch K-dramas, you know? So that's probably it for the most part of it. So I mean, I do work, I swear I do, but it's just on my days off. I usually watch it, and then I'll watch an hour of it in the morning on days I do work, and then one at night before bed. So, yep. Thank you so much for the stream tonight. I had too much fun and got so much done. I'll probably work into the night and came for the next Friday stream. Yes. Oh my gosh, yay. Thank you for coming. I'm so glad you had a very productive night tonight. I love these. I love these sprints. I love them so much. If you're looking for another K-drama to watch, K-drama, I recently watched You the Man Who Loved It, but where it's a melodrama. Basically, Snowdrop and Business Pro husband. Is it a happy ending, Jasmine? Because there's one of them that isn't a happy ending, and they all came out around the same time. And I don't know if it's Youth of May or 25. No, I know 2521 doesn't have a happy ending. I know that for sure. But there's another one that I thought didn't have a happy ending. Which does this one? Does it have a happy ending? I'm curious. I did some poems in middle school. It was a little tough, a little rough because poetry is my favorite genre to write. I get you. Yeah, poetry is not my favorite either, but those sound really interesting to write. But those sound really interesting. You don't think yourself, you like someone else is saying you do things that you're actually. Well, that makes sense with dissociation. That's interesting. Any new tropes in the rest of the most likely to series? And of course, like hello, of course, but I'm not sharing them right now. So that's going to be when the books come out closer, you know. But definitely tropes. Yes. Thank you so much for coming. I swear I love this so much. So yeah, I'm glad you guys are enjoying it too and being really productive. It's been really great, you know, having this every Friday. And I feel like ever since I moved in, it's been like a nice thing to look forward to. So I don't have a lot of friends like that I meet in person. I actually don't have really any friends that I meet in person. So it's been nice to connect with my online friends a lot more with these sprints. So it's been really great. So thank you for, I mean, I'm introverted, but I also get a little lonely. So thank you for kind of curing my loneliness for on Friday nights. I want to get into more K-dramas after watching Business Proposal, but I have no idea where to start. Crash Landing on You is always a good one. It's a good one. It's a good one. Lots of reading was done on my ends tonight, prepping for Patreon readathon. I'm participating in this weekend. Ooh, that's fun, a readathon. Oh my gosh. Well, hopefully it goes well. Personally, I did not like the K2, but then again, I thought it was going to be more romance, but it definitely is not. It definitely is a heavy on the action. So if that is for you, you would like that. If you like action and romance, Snowdrop's really good. It depends on what you like, because I think there's a wide variety for a lot of things, for a lot of like your taste preferences and stuff. So right from the beginning, you know that someone dies, you just know which character into the end, but it was really good, the romance. Okay. Oh, I like that. Very suspicious. I like that. I'll probably do better at acrostic poetry now that I'm going as writer and have done more poetry. Gotcha. Do not get me started. Don't get me started. It's my favorite. It's number one. It is my top one. They're a lot of fun to write and are simple once you do a couple. Good to know. Thank you, sir, for doing these. You're so sweet. Oh my gosh, thank you for coming. It's been so fun chatting with you. Yes. Chatting with you all. I don't really have any in-person friends either. Introvert symptoms mixed with anxiety, so online really helps. Agreed. Agreed. Somebody mentioned that before, and I'm like, how awesome would that be? I don't know how it would work, but how awesome would that be? I feel friends, and you live with co-friends, I feel I see very cute. And I feel like living with somebody would definitely help. And it's just so hard because like, around here, everybody already has their pre-established friend groups, which I feel like is a lot of places anywhere. But for me, where I live, it's a very small area. So there's nothing where I can really go out and like meet anybody. There are no clubs. There are no like places where you can meet people. Like there's one very sketchy bar. So I like there's nothing really around me where I have the opportunity to meet people. At least not that I have very much self-found, especially if it's winter. So like I get that as well. But it's definitely been interesting. I have definitely been upset about it this past week, but I feel like these live streams really do help me feel less isolated. You know, I do love being alone. I love having my alone time. I would personally rather live alone than have a roommate. But I don't know. I feel like I don't know. It's just one of those things. You get older, and like those close friendships you have when you were in high school, everybody kind of grows up. So you know, I didn't mean to like end this on a sad note. Lord have mercy. It would be so fun. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. How do you do it? Because like unless we all just say, hey, at like this time on this day, we all watch this drama. How fun would that be? Oh my gosh. I would love it so much. Literally, it would be so fun. And I also don't know what K-drama to I know on Disney Plus you can do watch parties, but I don't know if you can do that with anything else. It's so hard. It is so hard. And like I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. The other day I was at Barnes. It was probably a month ago, 2 months ago. I went to Barnes and Noble, and this girl, like there was this elderly like two women, talking at a table in front of me, and I don't know what they were saying because I had my headphones in. And after they left, this girl who had been sitting beside me came over like closer, and she's like, "Did you hear what they said?" And I'm like, "Social contact. What? I don't know." I was so awkward because I'm not used to talking to people in settings like that. It's just like, how to compute. And like, of course, those instances are like few and far between. But like, it's so hard. It's just like, and how do you make friends naturally? Like, I don't know. I'm excited to live alone one day by worrying about losing the friends I have now. Sorry. No, it doesn't sound depressing at all. I feel like this is a very interesting conversation that we're having right now. And I feel like it is hard. And actually, I don't want to ask you because I don't want you to feel pressured. But I feel like it is something that happens when you grow up, and it's not something I really prepared myself for. But it's interesting. It's interesting. Like I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting. Me not wanting to the first one on the list, Crash Landing on You is so good. I really watched it probably 10 times, literally. I don't know a thing about Discord. I also don't know a thing about Zoom either. What is a Discord? I mean, I know what a Discord is. I had it, but how can you watch things at the same time on Discord? It's kind of like how do you fall in love naturally? Like how do you find a partner naturally? You know what I mean? It's like they make apps like Bumble BFF, but like I don't think people around here actually do Bumble BFF. But it's also just like there's so many things that make adulting so hard. How do you make friends? How do you meet potential love interests? Like how does anything come naturally? And like I don't know. It's such a struggle. I feel creepy about it. Be my friend. Literally. It's so hard. And like, I'm just saying the same things over and over, but it's literally my mindset because yes, I feel the same way. And like, I don't even talk to people who I can be my friend in person. You know what I mean? I feel like I have a lot of great online friends. So like, that's not really my issue. It's just like more in-person things. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you meet people in person and make a connection that way? You know what I mean? How do you meet people in person and not have them be like you're weird. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I just feel so self-conscious about it because I feel like whenever I'm nice to someone, I'll be like, okay, I'm not trying to, like, I hope this doesn't sound like weird. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think that's like what we're all saying right now. Literally, I can't either. I can't. We just need to attend a class that's all about like how to make friends and not be awkward 101. And I think that's my problem too is I never went to college, like in-person college. And so I never really had the opportunity to mingle that way. And I had a set friend group in high school, but like I don't talk to any of them now. And not for like one reason or another, just like we are all just so different people. Like I don't even know how we were friends in high school. We're just all so different people. And I don't talk to any of them now. And so it's just like, okay, how do you make friends like when you don't have anybody to branch off of? Because normally you can make friends like if you have one friend. So I have one friend and she has her boyfriend's set of friends. And normally you'd think I could integrate into that friend group and like make friends that way. But that was not the case. So it's just hard. It's just like when you don't have friends that have friends, like you can't even intermingle. It's just literally, I'm just ranting. It's fine. I like this conversation though. I really like that we're talking about this. I love being alone too, but I have no idea how to make adult friends, literally. Like, and like, where do you meet them? And you live in kind of a big area. I feel like I'm just going to come visit you, my friend. We will be in-person friends. We will be IRL friends. Okay, that was what I was going to ask. I'm like, I know you're in college. I was like, I don't want to ask if like, I'm in my last year of uni, but I'm going to live with people for 1 more year, hopefully get my own place. Gotcha. Yeah, well, hopefully in that year, like, you can find some friends. I mean, I'm sure those friends that you're living with will probably stay through you moving out and stuff too. And I think that's something too, is just putting in the effort, you know? And hopefully your friends will reciprocate. Mine don't, but mine didn't, but it's okay. It's fine. We're not bitter. Sometimes it's so hard to have a serious friend to talk to or bounce just life off. Sucks up. Literally. And that's what I feel like I miss the most. I miss having like a bestie. Like you could text all the time and have meaningful interactions. And you know, I haven't had a best friend like that in a very long time. So it's just like something that I'm realizing now that I live alone, I would love to have a bestie come over and like we watch wine and we do face masks, you know, and just talk about life, talk about boys, talk about, you know, jobs. I don't know, but I keep saying the same thing. It's interesting. It's hard. It's weird. I feel like for me, living by myself is not smart since I have Apple. Oh yeah, I understand that. I totally understand that. I feel like I have to create a writer at my local library as a disguised event to make friends. That's a smart idea though. I feel like if I did that, nobody would come because I live in like a tiny town of the population of 1,000 people, and all of them are old. Which I feel like that's my thing. I just need to like. I just saw this comment. I panicked too. I feel like I just need to like. Once I get my footing enough of living alone and being independent, I just need to move. You know, I just need to move with my parents and find friends that way. Does YouTube have a watch party setting? But I don't know if you can watch. I don't know what K-dramas are on YouTube though. I don't know. I feel like it would be dumb, honestly. I would be really curious who's on it around here. We need writer reader groups in every city. Literally, please. Please. Yes, I agree. No one likes to sound like the creeper. I want friends. You be my friend. Yeah. Yeah. No one wants to be that person, and I don't want to be that person. Literally, I died when I read. That's so funny. And it's something. It's a muscle. You know, it's like something you do better as you exercise it. You know, your social awkwardness kind of goes away the more you know, talk to people, and it's hard. You guys have to push through the beginning awkward stages, you know? Like I haven't talked to any of my neighbors. Whenever I see them outside, I'm like, we're not looking, you know? Which that's probably how I could make friends. I could meet my neighbors. No, that's okay. There is one for BFFs. Bumble is for dating, but I think it's called Bumble BFF. I thought anyway. Maybe it's called Bumble Friends. I thought it was Bumble BFF, but there is one. Actually, you know, maybe around here it won't even work because it is such a small area. I don't know if you can do it like that. I don't know. Maybe I'll make a Hinge and be like for friends only. But then again, like people don't go to Hinge for that. That'd be a risky. That would be a bad move. Bad move. I only talk to 2 people I went to high school with. I feel like I have one friend that will check in every, I don't know, once a quarter. I was in her wedding in August, but otherwise, I don't know. I don't know. I'm going through some friendship drama right now that I feel like once I lose this one, I don't have anybody left. So that's what's making me like think about it more. Just like, how do you make friends in person? Like, I feel like that'd be an interesting question to pose to Instagram. Like, how did you meet your friend? You know, I think a lot of people will say high school or college or jobs. That's a thing. I don't have a job that I go to in person, so it's like not even like I can make connections in a job. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's very strange. Being an adult sucks, like in every aspect of it. Sucks. I really should. I've been wanting to do like a little trip so we can be socially awkward together. I feel like in person, I can put on a good face. Like when I went to Toronto with Katie and Jesse, I feel like I was pretty, you know, not awkward if I do say so myself. I mean, like I tried really hard. I feel like as long as I try and like pretend I'm not awkward, it usually goes okay. Having in-person friends is difficult. And I feel like it's hard to have anybody in your life, like, you know, because they're not going to think the same as you as like all the time. But it's always important to make sure your friends kind of align with the life you want to live. Like if your friends are drama lovers and you're not, maybe it's time to find new friends, or you know what I mean? I think that's the thing that when you learn as you grow up, like friends who are going to help you grow and friends who are kind of just like only there as you know, drama or like negativity and like, you know, I don't know. I'm just rambling now. But it's hard to find good friends, I guess is what I should say. Like you can find people on the street to be your friend, but like, are they good people on the street, you know? I want to be a full-time author, but it makes me worry that it'll be even harder to make friends if I don't have coworkers or anything. Yeah, and it does. It definitely does, because I do not. Although I worked at a job for 3 years, my last job, my hotel job, and I didn't make any friends from that. So like I worked there for 3 years. You know what I mean? So I feel like I don't know. Depends on the kind of job you have. But when you are full-time, yes, it is much, much harder. Says me with no friends. And I feel like, yeah, writing stuff, that'd be great to have a friend, like a good friend who is a writer, you know? Your godfather lives there. Oh, fun! I sent to a new state this year, and literally. I don't even know, honestly. I mean, clubs, look at the local events in your area. But then again, it's winter. No one's really having events or clubs. I swear. I love that we're all like on the same page though. We are all like, how do I make friends? How do I be social? There are other writers in my city, but every other writer event only brings people aged 30 plus, which is not my crowd at the moment. Yes, I feel you too on that as well. I went to a writer event. I went to a NaNoWriMo event. It was a NaNoWriMo event in 2019. And they were all very much so older writers, which is fine, but like it's harder to connect. And nobody talked to me because I was young, you know, I was the only young one there. And it was just not a good event because when I went, the people who were talking had been published, but they're talking about how like the way they were talking about their published books, they were talking about how it was just an interesting thing. Like it wasn't like a positive experience, which is a bummer, but so I feel you about that. I need writer groups for 20 and 30-year-olds. Over 30 is great, but I feel so young in those boats. Yeah, and it's hard to connect that way. I don't know how to find people my own age. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, where do 20 to 30-year-olds go? Where do they go? Where do they mingle? Where is their habitual place? For me, around here, it's bars. That one sketchy bar that I mentioned, and I'm good. That's not my crowd either. I met somebody else in my building who maybe told he struggled to make friends right away, and like same, but that sounded like a bit of a red flag, and it quickly became clear that it was. Oh no, that's not good. That it quickly became clear a red flag. You should start a book club with your neighbors or any kind of hobby. I feel my neighbors, they work so often. Like they're gone to work all day, which is, I mean, it's a normal full-time job, obviously. But I'm like, I don't want to bother you. But hello, my name is Sarah. Just me in the Barnes & Noble lit fic section asking people browsing who want to be my friends. Yeah, literally be like, hello. Although I was in the young adult section the other day, and this woman was looking for a young adult book, and she's like, she asked the bookseller if they had it, and she's like, you effing better have it. And I'm like, we're in the young adult section, ma'am. Like, why are we so aggressive right now? I don't remember what book it was. It's a murder book. I don't remember what it was. Do I do the same? I've always wondered how my parents did it. They just found people to hang around wherever we moved growing up. How does that happen? Come on. Although my parents, they're very like kind of more antisocial as well. So they don't really have any like firm friends either, which I feel like also could seem like a red flag. Like I've never had like really close friends. Like I swear, I'm not a red flag. I'm a green flag. I'm green. Also, oh my gosh, yes, that'd be so fun. I've been wanting to go back. Honestly, it was so nice when I went. Is it weird that this live stream is like all I got for socializing on a positive scale? Like I get groceries and percentage. Literally, same here. Literally, this is all I got. You are all I have, my friends. My Friday night streams. People go out on Friday nights. I host live streams. Oh my gosh. Yes, we all have each other. Yes. I'm kind of friends with people I work with now, but they're very much work friends. I doubt we'll keep talking once the job ends. Yeah, I feel you. I had a few work friends when I worked at a daycare, but like I said, we all quickly found out we are on different paths in life once we quit. So it's hard to find people who are on the same path as you. I feel like your next book needs to be about an introverted girl trying to find friends and ends up falling in love. Jasmine. Do I tell you that you just guessed the plot of book 6? Or like you did that so well. I'm shook. I'm 28 and I haven't figured out where 20 and 30-year-olds meet yet, other than the bar. And like my thing, I like alcohol. I'm of age, you know. I drink responsibly, but like I'm not gonna go to a bar by myself and drink around. Like I just feel like for me, like I'd be so anxious the entire time. And plus, there's no Uber where I live, so like I couldn't even do it anyway. And I'm just not much of a drinker around people I don't know. I think that's just not my wheelhouse. Not my wheelhouse. You know, sometimes that's okay. That's less drama. You know, I feel like that's what I'm kind of learning. I might not have friends, but I also have less drama in my life. I feel like you don't want to have a friend who doesn't want you around, you know? Okay, I'm not going to project. We're not projecting. We're not going to share our personal issues online. It's fine. The 20th. Where are they? I want to find them. Hello. I swear, I just want some friends. And like, I mean, I just want some friends. The parents don't have friends that aren't my friends as parents or coworkers. I can't ask. It's funny. We are all living the same life right now. We are all the same person. We all have the red flag. We are all red flags. It's fine. Well, that's what my fear is. Like whenever I like start dating, like find somebody to date, when I say, "Oh, I've never had a boyfriend. Oh, I've never had my first kiss," I don't like. I want to be like, "Please, that's not a red flag. I'm a good person. I'm nice. I'm somewhat funny sometimes. Like I swear, I'm not that weird. I'm not that weird. I promise." It's not weird. Live streams only socializing for the week. Yes. I feel like it's just easier this way, you know? Maybe joining an already made group and people who have joined clubs, volunteer organizations through Facebook. I'll have to look at Facebook groups. There might be some interesting ones around here. I don't know. I haven't thought about that actually. I'm 30 and I never figured out where 20 to 30-year-olds hang out. Sorry to burst any bubbles. It's okay. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. That's so funny. That was so funny that you. That's so funny. Yeah, it'll be interesting. That book 6 is the one that I actually debated about cutting. So that's. I mean, don't get too excited about it, just in case I do cut it. But that was the one I actually thought about axing from the group altogether. But as I was writing before the other day, the character came to mind. So the amount of young adult women's books on Amazon right now that are Invisible Girls, Shy Girls, etc. shows that we are truly all living the same lives. Yes. It's also funny how similar all those titles are. Has anybody noticed that? I know Kelsey Stelting, I believe Kelsey started the Curvy Girls Can't Date Quarterbacks, and now there's Invisible Girls Can't Date or Shy Girls Can't Date, and I'm like, oh, it's just funny. I just love how like once you find something that works, you know, it's just interesting. I don't know how I would feel. Oh, yeah, I read that one. Jasmine is a great little author as well, guessing great plots. Bars aren't my jam either. The last time I went to a bar was when I did my study abroad program in college. I don't think I've ever really been to a bar to drink. Like I've gone to a bar to eat before, but and then again, like around here, what bars? Oh, my mom just texted me. Why is my mom only just now texting me? I texted her 2 hours ago. What is she doing at 10 o'clock at night? I don't remember what I was saying, but yeah, and liking bars alone as a girl is scary. I agree. Yeah, no. And for me, whenever I go to a bar to eat, I sit at the tables, not at the bar. So like that's like I have never sat at a bar in my life. I don't think I'm too nervous for that. I'm also definitely the anxious type around new people. But I'm learning it's important to step outside your comfort zone sometimes. For sure. The best things happen outside your comfort zone. Isn't that what they say? I find that I know a lot of people and converse with them when I see them, but we never talk outside of that. It's how it was for me, mostly in like high school too. A bookstore, but with writers, and they all get together. I am down. There's not a small bookstore near me. I feel like it would be so nice just to have like a little independently owned bookstore near me. And then people who like, okay, that's the word I was looking for, pub. Okay, they don't call them pubs here. Like I don't think I've ever heard that word before, but that's what it was. I don't think it's a bar. It's like a restaurant that serves alcohol, but that is a pub. Yes. Bookstore. Because I feel like the only one that's closest around here is like a Barnes & Noble, but like, I don't know. The Barnes & Noble that I go to write at, I always hear the booksellers talking about how bad self-published books are, and it really irks me. Literally, it's all everybody. That's all us. I love. There's 29 of us here, and I love that we're just chatting about this. Our sprints ended. I don't know how long ago. But we're just chatting it up. We're living our lives. My friends are my books in my mind. I live in Narnia with hundreds of fictional friends. Yes, I love it. And I love that we're all here meeting friends and settled. This is it, guys. We are all friends. Now, officially, we are all friends. Very first one, that's not right. You're right. Hopefully. Just make a Facebook group or something for all of us who need more friends. At least we'll get more online. So we would. That's for sure. Read it just for people on the streams right now since we're all really yes. Yeah, the can't date or don't date. I love the titles and we'll eat up the books, but that's hilarious. It is funny. It is funny. I mean, that's how you know you'll like something because I mean it's titled the same. But if I was the person who started that titling convention, it would be a little. And the covers. Have you noticed the covers look the same too? It's weird. It's weird. Not that I'm judging. I'm not judging. I like teach their own. Do whatever you think your business wants, you know, that's it. That's fine. I think Kelsey Stelting actually trademarked, or did she? I think she trademarked something about the Curvy Girls Can't Date. So maybe that's what she did. But just, it's interesting. The whole self-publishing world is beautiful, and I love it. I love seeing all the variations. It's just like when the similarities stand out to you, you're like, ooh. There are a few indie bookstores in Chicago. I can show you what the best bookstores I've ever been to were not Barnes & Noble, were in New York. I feel like I would love to see indie bookstores. There's a few near me, like in a spot that I would never drive because it's just bad driving. But I've also looked and like, we don't carry self-published books either. And I'm like, why is everyone judging? But I would love to come to Chicago and see some cute bookstores. But she shut down. Oh, I didn't even know that. Oh, I feel like there needs to be an independent bookseller around here, you know? But then again, who would go? I was bullied in high school for reading, so who would go? I want a small independent, not high school, it was more middle school. I want a small independent bookstore that stocks indie books, literally. Yes, agreed. London's probably my favorite city. Also, I'm biased since I'm an English history nerd. I almost went to London like 50 times in the past. No, that was a lot. Maybe like twice. I was just about to buy a plane ticket twice in the past year. I want to go so bad. I try not to take the titles and book covers personally, though I am married. He pursued me and had a hella wingman, but still. Titles and book covers. I feel like for titles and book covers, it's really, I mean, I love especially the ones that have like the tropes kind of in the titles, so like Invisible Girls Can't Date or Curvy Girls Can't Date. I think it's like nice when you have tropes kind of in the titles, like mine, Rebelling with the Bad Boy, like the bad boy is like, you know, kind of in the title. I feel like it's just nice because you know kind of what you're getting into, and like from when you're scrolling, you'll see it exactly there. In the title, and you'll be like, ooh, I like this trope. I'm gonna click on this Invisible Girls Can't Date or Don't Date, or I don't remember which convention is that one, but that's one is called Myopic Books. It's so cool. Okay, now I need to come. I went to 7 indie books. I remember you. No, was this one you posted about, or were you posting about going to 2 bookstores in Chicago? Was that cafes in Chicago? Lord, I'm just mixing it up. But I really want to go back to New York City too. I really want to go back to New York City as well. My next series might be using Don't Date because it's the easiest way to stick tropes in the title. I get ya. And like that's how I feel too. Like for me, it was really hard for me to figure out how to stick my tropes in the title, so I feel you. Go to London or New York. I know, it is so pretty. And my thing, I was actually fully down to go to London by myself, but I don't know. I feel like I also just kind of think I need to go with somebody. Like, I don't know. I feel like it would be, it's easier to be more outgoing when you have somebody else. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like if I ever wanted to go on a trip, like to New York City or to London or whatever, I would need to have a partner, a buddy, you know? Titling is hard for my next series, though, because it's following members of a boy band. So they would all be celebrities, don't date, girl trope. Oh, that sounds so good, my friend. That sounds so good. I love the idea of it being a boy band. I'm picturing One Direction. Brings me back to my fan fiction days. Definitely bookstores in New York City. It was the most unexpected, amazing part of the trip. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous you get to go back to New York City. You know what would be so funny is if I just like boarded the train that you were on and I'm just like, hey, I like search all the aisles. I'm like, Esperanza. Could you imagine? Yeah, we clearly. I mean, I want to go back to London or anywhere in England. The only problem is the plane tickets were really expensive when I looked. A little tempted to write tropes, like what if I mess it up? Rather read it and not risk messing it up. Honestly, also writing tropes, people will tell you it's cliche. They will. So be prepared for that if you do write a trope. But it is what it is. Makes it much more fun, I think. I think so too. And I feel like for me, I'd also be less like nervous the entire time as well. But I definitely think going with somebody always would be more fun. Because they can take pictures of you, you can take pictures of them, you can take pictures together. All right, we're gonna meet up in London. Done. Let's do it. Let's do it. I love it. I love it. One Direction, I love it. I think I wrote One Direction fanfiction about all of the boys except for Niall, which is interesting because I don't even think I liked Zayn that much in my One Direction days, but it's interesting that I don't know. That was a tangent, but all my reviews are saying that my fake relationship books are predictable, but like, what? Don't get me started on this. Don't get me started on this. Esperanza knows. Don't get me started on this. That's with romance. It's gonna be predictable, you know. Like with a trope, it's gonna. I think with romance in general, it's gonna be predictable. Like when you watch a romance movie, like you're never like, oh my gosh, are they gonna end up together? Of course they are. It's a romance book. You know what I'm saying? It's not. It's not. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. It's okay. But you know, if they're predictable, that's okay. You know, that's fine. That means it was just, you know, it's fine. It's fine. Then people get mad there's no happy ending in romance. So like, what are these people asking for? Literally. And for people who think it's something's cliche, that's okay. Because there's gonna be somebody who says this is their favorite bad boy romance ever. You know, this is their favorite fake relationship dating book ever. So it's a balance, and everybody's opinions are valid. But they're obviously not your audience, or they're not like exactly the right audience, or there's somebody who I don't know, doesn't read a lot of romance, because I feel like when you read a lot of romance, then you're kind of like, okay, you don't think something's predictable, because that's not the point of reading a romance. It's not to predict the ending. It's to watch the couple fall in love. You know what I'm saying? So you're not predicting them falling in love, because they're going to fall in love. The whole point of a romance is the journey to the end, you know? So I feel like when people who are like avid romance readers, they kind of get that a little bit more. But that's just my opinion. I'll send you copies of the books when they find them. Oh my gosh, Clara. I would love to just buy them, my friend. BTS. I haven't read a BTS. I wish I was like in this age where like, because I ate up One Direction fan fiction, but like now I'm not like that. That's not my like my, I don't want to say, I don't know. I feel like my desperation for fan fiction has died off as I've gotten older. I just wish I would like have been here for the BTS fan fiction. I feel like I could still read it and enjoy it, but I wouldn't be as into it as I was with the One Direction fan fiction. I think I'm showing my age with One Direction fan fiction. Although Clara said One Direction fan fiction as well, and Clara is 21. I am 23, turning 24. I'm getting old. Most people want it to come from left field. To me, that's dramatic. I feel like it is. It's just interesting. I feel like those readers aren't reading the genre for them. Yeah, and I do get a lot of reviews like, oh, I don't read much young adult, or I don't read much romance. This is the first romance I've read in a while. And it's like, okay. So like, interesting. It's just, I don't know. Sometimes I wish like I could do all this writer stuff and like publish the book, but then never have to see a review about it, because like sometimes the reviews can be so like, I don't know. I don't want to complain. I'm not complaining. It's just, you know, interesting. That's me when I don't want to talk about something. That's interesting. I read One Direction fanfiction about wrote Percy Jackson, Marvel, and Harry Potter. Ooh, fun. Don't say the old word. I'm turning 26, 24, 25. Also, 26 is a scary number, especially, I don't know if you live in the United States or not, but when you dropped off your parents' health insurance, oh, I'm not looking forward to that day. This light seems to be getting brighter, but I swear it's not. Now it's basically off almost. All the fanfics I've ever written have been thrown in the trash and burned. I think all of the ones I have written are, actually, I don't know if it's still up. I think one is still up. Hang on. I'm not dropping links. I'm just checking. I think one is still up. Oh, I don't have it logged in anymore. I don't know my login. Hang on, I'll look. I actually think I might have shared this at one point. It's loading. Oh, it did work. Oh, no, it didn't work. That is not the right account. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, how do I log out? Please. It was on Quotev, in case anybody knows what Quotev is. How do I log out? It doesn't matter. I'll figure it out later. But all of my fan fiction is, I think it is offline. I think I have some old stuff still online if you like dig for it. I think I have a Wattpad. I don't think it has any of my One Direction stuff on it. Oh no, that's the scariest thing to me. I'm so scared for that. That is so, because like, especially for me, full-time authoring. Like, I don't have health insurance through my job, obviously, so that's just scary too. What I was laughing at is this account. It's called A Clockwork Princess, and obviously, we know the Inferno Devices. I made it in June of 2012, and my tagline is "Be your forever, be your fling, baby, I'll be your everything," which is a song, but I don't know what song it's from. Oh, I don't know what song it's from. Oh, here's my account. Okay, so that's an original one. Okay. Oh my gosh, all of my One Direction fanfics are still live. No. No, that's embarrassing. Okay, we're walking away from that. Actually, crap. Never mind. I don't know what happened over the last 5 years of friends in your mid-20s are not old, and neither is 30. I see so many people saying this now. I'm like, but we're so young. Yeah, we're not old. And I feel like it's just society just trying to make you feel a certain type of way. Don't remind me about the health insurance. 25 would be my last peaceful year. Literally, the last year you cannot have to worry about where are you going to get your medications? How much are they going to be? One of mine is so popular will always be my most read work, I think, published books included. Wow, that's crazy cool. Once you have your parents' health insurance, your life spirals out of control. Health insurance is more expensive than I initially thought. Yeah, I think I can see that happening. So that's why I'm nervous for that stage of my life. I probably will have to find a job at some point, but we are here now, and we're gonna live our life now. I read when I was 12, has 15.5K likes. I have no idea how. That's crazy. What does my biggest one have? Mine has 620,000 reads, 38,000 readers, but I don't know how to. Oh, is this the little heart button? Is that what the likes are? So 1,773. So, oh my gosh, my friend, 15,000 likes. Go you. I wrote fanfics in middle school, and it's so cringe, and of course, that's the one 25K people read. Yeah, of course it is. It always is that stuff, you know? Like my Harry Styles fanfiction, 38,000 people read it. No, thank you. Quotev. I did not like Wattpad back in the day. I was not a good fan of Wattpad. But Quotev. I was on Quotev. Me and my high school bestie, we were middle school besties. We had Quotevs. We would send each other our manuscripts all the time and just like chat about it. Ugh. When I think of those days, great friend, but we just did not mix growing up as we got old. One word, Wattpad. There, I'm gonna be right there. Pain. It's just one word. We all feel trauma. No, 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 no. That's a no. And I don't even remember what the stuff I have in there. So like, I don't know. But that's a hard no. I'd love to read yours though. I wrote fanfics in middle school and stuff. Read occasionally. Mostly it's stuff now. Ooh. Very fun. I haven't written fanfiction in so long. I don't know. I feel like for me, it's a little weird that I wrote it about One Direction. Like I feel a little awkward about it now because these people are real people, you know? So it's just like, but it's okay. You know, it's fine. The health insurance thing does suck though. Yeah. I feel like a lot of things about adulting suck. Like rent and other bills that we all have, like car insurance. That sucks. We used to write fiction. I don't know what I've had before I deleted it. Yeah, literally. No one ever sees the light of day. When is the last time somebody read this? I'm curious. Sometimes I reread my old fan fictions to remind myself how much I've grown since. I'm curious. Oh, I can't see it if I'm not logged in. I gotta figure out the account for this, the login, because I'm really curious to see when the last person read that book. I deleted all I could from there as soon as I could around 2014. Haven't went back. Same. I feel like it's just one of those things like, oh, please don't remind me. I met an online friend through Wattpad 10 years ago and we're still friends to this day. I can't say this for everyone, but Wattpad was a big influence on me deciding to become a writer. Oh, that's awesome. That's how Quotab was for me. Honestly, that's exactly how Quotab was for me. I also remember Quotab taught me, oh, what word was it? Oh, what word was it? Quotab taught me how to spell a word. Shoot. I can see it. I can see like the beginning of it. It's D. It starts with a D. There's a. It sounds. It's a homophone with two words. You know. And I have been spelling it one way. And I'm like, that's not how you spell this, idiot. I never spelled it wrong since. So that's the one thing about the live critiquing. What word was it? It was one that I used often. Not describe. That's not a homophone. Desperately. Desperately? No, that doesn't have a homophone. Not that, but it's close to that. Doesn't matter. Nobody else cares. What word was it though? That's gonna bother me. It's like a word that if you sound it out and you spell it, it's not the word. Definitely. I would spell it defiantly. And I was told that's not how you spell that word, stupid or whatever it was. I'm like, oh, haven't spelled it wrong since. I wish I had my old Wattpad friends. I don't think I actually really had friends on Quotab. I think it was just me and my bestie exchanging stories. I want to redo this adult subscription. I have cheat codes I could have used before. Literally, please. Never wrote fan fiction, but I did a couple things. I wrote stuff on Wattpad. I think that's what you meant. Wattpad. Over 1 million people have read them, and every now and again I look up and see what kind of comments they get. Oh yeah. I never got super into Wattpad, but my one reader did get me to finish my book. Oh, I love that. I remember you talking about that. I got through the health insurance thing. It wasn't fun. It was confusing. Thanks for my father who helped me / struck me to people who could. I feel like with health insurance, like I feel like your parents should be allowed to keep you on their plan, but you just have to pay like a fee. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to go hunting around for new plans, but you just pay a fee to stay on the plan. Do you know what I mean? I think that should be a thing. Like, what the heck? I think it was more popular back in the day. Like, I don't think it's popular really now. It was called Quizazz before because it was mainly quizzes. You made quizzes on there and you can like, you know, I don't know. But then it turned to Quotab. I don't really know why, but it definitely was Quizazz. I remember making quizzes. I made all the quizzes. All the comments from other middle schoolers tell me I write like a published author. It was a huge influence for me believing that I could publish. I love that. She commented every time I post a new chapter. I was reading that book for her. She was for that reader. What a great person. So many people told me my science didn't make sense in my Percy Jackson fan fiction as if it mattered. That's so funny. The edited version is published on there now. Yay. I love Wattpad. Hate the pay feature for the ads. I think that's kind of why I never even got into reading on Wattpad. I used to read a lot on Quotev, but still can't spell definitely without autocorrect. I do. I was bullied into it. Bullied into learning. I just remember that distinctly. I get comments almost every day, and it's insane to me. That is crazy. Too bad you can't monetize off that, you know? Have the rest of your nights. We have been chatting away. We haven't done this in a very long time. I remember there's a stream like this. We finished our live stream sprints, and we talked about boys the rest of the time. So very funny. It's been like 9 years since I finished the fanfic. What am I supposed to read? It's not fun. Now I'm really curious when the last person would have read this one is. My Wattpad friend is also a published writer. We acknowledge each other all the time in our books. That's so cute. Like Quizlet. Is Quizlet for like school stuff though? Quizazz was like, which color suits your personality, or which One Direction member would be your soulmate? It's like kind of like the BuzzFeed quizzes, you know? So I don't know what Quizlet is. I thought that was like school related, but I could be wrong. Hello. Our sprints are actually over. We're just chatting about random stuff now. But just wanted to let you know in case you're waiting for more sprints. We are done with those. I have switched health insurances like big time. What time is it anyway? 10:30. Oh wow. Since I was taking out my parents' health insurance, it's insane. Oh, it sounds like so much stress. It's like tax season. Like too much stress. Too much stress. Feel that O word again. Was that bestie Kelly by chance? She sent me that website. No, it was Allie. So, but that's awesome that Kelly knew too. I didn't know that. That would have been convenient, but we all would have had to change soon because me turning 6 was close to my dad retired. Old health insurance was through his job. I get you. That's understandable. I'm adapting one of my old Harry Potter fanfics into a book. When I finally start my fantasy pen name, which is my 4th pen name. Fun. I've thought about doing a pen name once or twice. Wait, you reading stories on Quizlet? No, Quizlet, I don't know. It wasn't Quizlet. Somebody just thought it was like Quizlet, but it wasn't. That sounds so fun. I can't spell restaurant without autocorrect, and I gave myself a mental high five every time I spell without autocorrect. Yes, it's not so nice. For me, what word is it? There's a word that I have to have with autocorrect. For some reason, so I know how to spell dialogue, but for some reason, I don't know if I'm just typing too fast, but I put the O after the G sometimes. Sometimes my fingers are just typing so fast, and then like, oh my gosh, why is this happening? And then autocorrect's like, what are you trying to say? I'm like, you know what I'm trying to spell, dummy. Sometimes I feel old. Maybe as I wrote my last fanfic when I was in middle school and I'm about to graduate uni. Oh, yes, that would make you feel old. BuzzFeed. The many nights of seeing which Wizarding House I've been to. Yes. Oh, I remember BuzzFeed quizzes. And I think they still have quizzes, but like, they're just not as cool now. Literally tap. I hate taxes. Thank you for coming. I remember fanfiction was so shameful when I was a kid. Now we talk so openly about it. My parents found my fanfiction. I would have been like, I remember being so afraid they would, even though I don't think it's dirty. I used to remember thinking, oh, I have kissing scenes in here. Oh my gosh, and my mom can never see. Well, shucks. Also, but yeah, also it was more of the embarrassing of like, oh, I'm writing about, you know, people. I for me, it felt it was a little weird with the One Direction being actual people, but look at After is thriving, and it was originally about Harry Styles. So like, I came into fanfic all late and decided to try out my Harry Potter fanfic, but no one will see it but me. Yeah, that's okay. It's fun to just write for fun, you know. My friend runs from me. I love that so much. I love that so much. I never ended up doing fan fiction because there was so much bad rap for it, so I ended up writing my own stories. Yeah, there kind of was. I mean, now that I'm like thinking about it, although, like I said, I was picked on for reading, so like I didn't really talk about writing, and nobody really at my school wrote that I knew of. So, but I kind of avoided the bad rap, I guess. Posted for us. In first grade, I convinced myself I was Harry Potter's sister. I love that so much. Hey, it can't be as embarrassing as you changing your last name to Dobrev because you worshipped Nina Dobrev, you know? So there's levels of embarrassing. That's so cute though that you convinced yourself of that. You killed me back then. I thought I was like so not dirty because it's not dirty, but I thought I was like mature for writing kiss scenes. I was like, hoo-hoo. I should reread them. I have it open still. Please, I don't want to even look at it. I wrote a book about Percy Jackson's twin sister, and that original character became the main character of my first book, and I dated a girl with that name, which is a lot. That's so funny. You're like Inception. My friend used to write me supernatural smut in high school. You guys had great friends. What the heck? My friends are over here stabbing me in the back in high school. Y'all have friends writing me smut? What? There's bad rap. I ignored it to my own thing anyway. Yeah, that's great. I love that for you. Because that's just how you should be. You know, just ignore all the haters. I hate myself that I just said haters. It just sounded awkward. I get so embarrassed by my parents reading my stuff because of possible swearing and sexy talk. Mom told me, Sarah, you're 26, write whatever you want. My grandma, she reads all of my books. And when she read What Are Friends For, she was like, that was a little spicy. I didn't know you had it in you. And I'm like, thank you so much, Grandma. I made a fanfic-ish playlist for my story. Oh, that's fun. I love playlists for stories. I told my whole first grade class name. Okay, you win. You win. You win. You win. You win. Yeah, you probably would have been picked on. So I'm glad you moved. They did that too, stab me in the back. Yeah. The high school friends, they usually always do, right? I should clarify that the friend who wrote me smut went on to become my girlfriend for a little while. Hey, love that for you. That was great. I wonder if she planned that. She's like, I'll just start by writing smut for her. My high school friends were insane. I feel like mine were too, you know. I don't want. I mean, nobody knows them. I don't think, other than Brooke might know them, so I don't really want to talk bad about them. But like, you know, people in high school, they don't always have your best interests at heart. People in high school just love to play games, you know. And it's even back in high school, I remember being like, why are we doing this? Why are we being dramatic for no reason, you know? And the reason why I stopped being friends with my friend of like 7 years was because I said she's being dramatic on picture day, and she's like, that's 7 years of friendship down the drain. I'm like, okay. Like at that point in high school, I was a senior. I'm like, I'm ready for no drama. I'm ready to graduate and be drama free. I should probably talk a little quieter since it is 10:45, and I don't know how thin these walls are. So my next name is gonna have a lot of smut, and I refuse to tell anyone I know in real life about it. Probably for the best, unless they're down for that, you know. I just published a prequel to my adult urban fantasy superhero novella. Ooh, congratulations! That's awesome. My dad read my first book of poems and my edited autobiography. Nice. My dad is so sweet. He's like, Sarah. He's like, Sarah, do you want me to read your books? And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah. I'm not a reader, you know, but like, and that's not really my thing, my genre, but I'd love to support you that way. I'm like, Dad, no, please don't read my books. Not that they're bad, but like, don't do that. You don't need to. It was a wild time. Wild. People at my high school, one person snorted cocaine on the desk once. I had a great high school. When I was younger, I used to dream of becoming a best-selling author and people writing. That would be like the dream, though, to like see fan fiction of your books. That would be the dream. The dream. I was so elaborate about it too. I was like, Carrie's gonna come get me, and every recess I had to do the story. I love that. I love that. People bought it. I love that. He's never read the 2 books of poetry yet. Gotcha. Literally my hero. That's so funny. Sometimes I wonder what they think about that now. I think they haven't seen them in essentially 20 years. The worst that I think I've tried to done was I've convinced people that I was allergic to the cheese on Cheetos. The like dusty cheese. I convinced people I was allergic to that in elementary school. But otherwise, I don't think I've ever done anything like that. I love that for you though. My last book did make my mom cry. I think I'm doing this writer thing right. Oh, I love that. High school was just way too much. Like what? Literally. And like none of our teachers really taught anything, but it's just like I don't know. Like I think of our math teacher, Brooke, not the boy one, but the girl one. I think of our math teacher and I'm like, oh, she didn't do that great at teaching. She's a really nice person, but was she a good teacher? No. That's probably why I don't know a thing about math, y'all. That's probably why. My mom hated my high school friends. I don't really talk with them anymore. We still joke about that. It's not funny. Parents just know, unless they were good friends. I don't know, but I told my dad he can only read my stuff if he never talks to me about it. Like never admits he reads it. Nothing. No, I agree. I'm feeling very close to y'all now. I'm going to admit I'm terrified to publish books as much as someone who has never experienced it. Literally. I mean, but that's okay. Like, you know, I feel like, I mean, okay, so I've never had my first kiss, but I have been told that I write a very good first kiss, like kisses in my books. So like, just use your imagination, you know, it's fine. It's fine. I feel like, you know, I think it's okay. I think it's okay. I don't think you have to. I can't say on this. I cannot say. Actually, I don't even know his name. He was in my grade. It was my sophomore year. He did not stay after that. He was definitely expelled. I actually don't know his name now that I'm thinking. I can picture his face. And my mom would never like to read my stuff, so I don't have to worry. Oh, yeah. One of my teachers cooked meth and loved on a few students. That is terrifying. That is very terrifying. Yeah, that's not okay. My friend snorted Smarties in the cafeteria once, and people would snort pixie sticks all the time. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to think of other like wild high school stories that I had. I don't remember. I once saw broken turkey and the school just covered it up. Sketchy. I love it. There's still 29 of us here. Like we are thriving right now. Oh my gosh, when I was a freshman in high school, I walked in the bathroom in the second week of school and saw someone snorting cocaine in the bathroom. I would have died laughing. Eventually caught up to me when I told my one friend that my cousin was actually my brother. We were like 12 at the time. We stayed friends until 2020. Had to break it to her. That's so funny. I love it. I'm from the biggest city in my country, yet y'all's high school stories scare me. Did anybody else have like a ride your tractor to school day? Because we did. And I feel like Michigan, I mean, I guess there's a lot of farmland, so I guess it makes sense. But people at my school always like to act like they're like super country, like, and I just feel like we are not a country area. Like it was just weird. Then again, I'm not a country person. I like city things better. The teachers were so bad at teaching, but also like how many times did school hire predators? 4 times. What? How did I not know about this? What? Oh, now I'm like, Just name the subjects. Name the subjects. I'm so curious because I didn't know. If you want to, like, don't feel pressured to a friend. It's okay. But I'm so curious. I used to hang out with my friends while they smoked at the church across the street from the school, and when my friends used to vape in the lobby. I had colorful friend groups. I'm trying to think of if anybody at my school vaped. I don't think so. My friend group, so I had a friend group of mostly boys. I don't really know why. I've always had a friend group of mostly boys. Even like in elementary school, I was only friends with boys. I had like one like really close guy friend throughout my entire school years. But it's so funny because I remember they would always think they were so cool. They'd have their wallets and they would like show a little bit of like a metallic like little wrapper, like it was supposed to be a condom, but it was it was literally a ramen like spice packet that they would keep in their wallets. Like, just so random. Like, so random. You do write really good kiss scenes and pretty realistic and very true to the genre. Okay, thank you. For someone who's never had a kiss, I try. I actually tried to walk out of a subway station the other day and almost walked into a drug deal. It was that day I discovered what crack smells like. Very interesting. I mean, scarred. I knew it too, my friend. That's so funny. The mental scars, yes. Everyone who wants to snort. I just can't even imagine it being fun. Like, ow. One public school security guards and 4K students. I have too many stories. Security guards. Interesting. But other than that, I actually like high school. Sometimes I look back, though, and don't know what I was running on. Now I get tired after 4 years being awake. Literally, how do they expect you to like just sit for 7 hours straight? Tractors. Yes, indeed. Tractors. No one? No one else? No one else? No. It's embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. The amount of people who actually had tractors to ride to school. Good for them. I personally did not own a tractor. I didn't have any drugs at school that I knew about, but I didn't once see someone get I did once see someone get stabbed in a foot. Yo. Yeah, that's a little sketchy. Yeah, I also don't think a school in Toronto probably would have I was just gonna say would probably have a tractor session. Yes, always. Yes, I'm sharing a lot tonight. We love a lot of my high school days. The first time I drove was at my cottage, and I was so confused when I saw a tractor driving behind me. Yeah. I never did any of that in high school. Like a lot of people, I dabbled once I graduated. I could never smoke it on things like that during school. It was way too much. Same. Nobody else had ride your tractor school day. Brooke, why do we live in such a crazy area? Oh, subs. Yes. I could see the subs. I could see, yes. So many subs. I could see it. I was a coach and was a middle school science teacher. Yes. I forgot about him. I forgot about him. He actually got fired for being creepy, right? I forgot about him. Yo, he was middle school too. I mean, that's all of it's weird. All of it's gross. But go to Vegas for a wacky tobacco spouse. Like, yeah, I bet. Drugs, yes. Predators on children, yes. Tractors and shorts to no supply. That's so funny. There was this guy in high school, I swear, was a sociopath threatened to do unspeakable things to my dog. That's so crazy. That is so. I hate people who like threaten violence against animals. Like, what the heck, friends? We had anything but a car day that counted at all. I think, did we have that? I don't know. I know we had tractor. But that's fun. I've seen those on like Pinterest and YouTube and stuff. Anything but a car. I wish I had a ride your tractor day, and then I would need to borrow a tractor also, but I think it could be fun. Yeah. Well, I can't tell you about that because that gives away too much about my location. But the school is a far distance for a lot of the kids. So, like, it's just an odd thing. Let me get on with this kids when I was mad. Oh my gosh, yeah. There was some pretty weird kids in my school too, like weird. But there's always kids that are weird. We once had a teacher shove a student against the locker. Can't do that. You can't do that. That's so creepy, Brooke. I did not know this. Also, people would spend like an hour on their track. Literally, people live so far from the school, Brooke. Like, it makes no sense to have a tractor day. It makes no sense for us to have a tractor day. Like an hour. It's stupid. Anything but backpack days? No, that sounds so fun. There was a middle school teacher. There's a teacher in middle. Okay, he supposedly got fired. Did I say supposedly? No, supposedly got fired for having an inappropriate relationship. Oh my gosh, why are teachers so gross sometimes? Like, yo, find some of your own age. We had emergency buttons in every class to call guards in case of fights. And I cried at you suppress if you're talking too much. So did you have a lot of fights? I'm shocked. Enough fights to install buttons. In my school, we had spirit weeks. We get dressed up in themes every day for a week. That's about it. Yeah, we had those too. I remember I never dressed up for them until my senior year. I made a point to dress up for all of them. But I was on homecoming court my senior year, so I think that probably added to it why I did that. Because normally I'm not that person, but no, gym teacher Mace. Hopefully, like, Jesus, that's so creepy. There's no justification for that. No. Hang on, where did he go? There we go. I remember there was a teacher in middle school who was rumored to have gotten married to a former student in our third year of Literally, like, how can that be a rumor? Like, someone needs to confirm. No. I think we actually had a teacher that got fired for an inappropriate relationship with a student. That's crazy to me. That's so crazy to me. I forgot that happened at my school. I was shook. This is also one of these comments is homeschool. I love this. You know what we did? I forgot because you said we made home movies. For my history class, we made a not home movie. We made a movie. It was a specific history class. It was like history through film and lit. One of our assignments, it was like the only assignment we had for like weeks, like 6 weeks. It was all we did in class for like 6 weeks, was make a video about the Jonestown Massacre. Like, we were all given parts. There was one kid who was Jim Jones. We acted out the Jonestown Massacre and like how like the Kool-Aid and stuff. And I'm thinking back on it, I'm like, how is that okay? How is it okay to have that, like, have kids literally film like teaching about it in school? Yes, but like to have kids act out the entire thing? What? What? Pretty much every day. Oh my gosh. There's one person I thought had personality. I met several times in high school. Sometimes she liked me, let him see. Turns out there were two. It's so funny. That's so funny. Well, that makes sense then, eh? I want to try to address some of these issues in my books, but I don't know how to walk the line dealing with it while staying sweet and wholesome. I get you. Yeah, I get you. It'd be a hard line to do. I feel like, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see it portrayed, though. Senior was the big go-to for Spirit Week. Yes. One time I watched people chase each other across the lunch table. Basically, there was a circle in the hallway. You knew there was a fight. I love that. Then again, you did have like you said, you had a big school, 4K. We had 53 in my graduating class. It was a very small school. I should probably let you guys go soon. I love this convo. Okay, so this is a crazy. That's crazy. People do this like elsewhere as well. I'm looking in the comments. Hang on, because somebody just said our school is okay. They did this. elsewhere as well. This was not a same. Why? I remember this. We were all marched outside the parking lot. There were 2 cars. There are people in the cars, bloody, like fake, obviously fake blood, bloody, screaming, crying. Somebody was announcing it all. They called the actual fire department. There was the fire department. Well, they called the fire department, and they came and broke the students out of the car, and they were saying how, like, oh, this one has their neck broken, or like things like that. I'm like, how is it okay? How is this okay? How is this okay? Yo. How is this okay? Yeah, they marched us all outside to listen. How is this okay? We never had anybody like you should have had parent consent for this, you know? And we never had that. This is insane. Yeah, see, that's not okay. And I feel like I remember this, Brooke. I feel like I remember this. That's not okay. Especially because weren't you a freshman for this? That's like, I don't think that's too much to say, but like, that's terrible. This is terrible. This is crazy. Literally, how? Yeah, it wasn't, I wish it was a video, Lord. That's crazy. It was before prom, yes. And it must have been a thing. It must have been a thing, because that's how it was for us, before prom and before a dance. I think, I'm thinking about it, I think it was a campaign across the United States. Morphine drug bust. That is crazy. That is crazy. Oh my gosh. Yeah, man, that's crazy to me. Now, like, thinking back on that, no. Like, what should high school be drinking? Why does it seem better? I think it's just because they know people do drink, but like, still, like, it's not okay. Yeah, see, that's, oh my gosh. I completely forgot about all of that. That was horrific. Especially for people who are younger, like freshmen, like 14-year-olds, like that's crazy graphic to wrap your head around, you know, like they can't even drive. So it's like, why? They gave you braces if they wanted you to return. My windows are so thin. Can you hear the dog barking? It's so loud. That's crazy. I forgot all about that. Horrific, horrendous. That's probably the craziest. But then again, that's crazy that other schools did that too. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Well, that is crazy. No, like, come back from oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. We're not return the bracelets, just return from the dance. Which also, for where you lived, that's weird. I guess it makes sense. We did have drug dogs a few times. I do remember that. I remember people would be so upset about it. It's like, okay, well, look at their lockers first. And since I was in theater and people acting, that's crazy. Well, just some free trauma on Tuesday. Literally, like, no, like, it was not necessary. Not necessary. Yeah, I think we had one of those. That sounds familiar. That probably was something about that with the car accident, kind of. You know what I'm saying? Well, this is a terrible note to end the live stream. We've been streaming for 4 hours. Love that. Bomb threats. I don't think we had bomb threats. I don't think we're that crazy. Dares, I remember. I don't really remember dare. I don't remember the acronym. I don't know what the acronym means. I don't remember. I'm trying to think if there's any last like story I want to share. I don't think I have one. But this was a lovely conversation. We branched through so many topics. It was very entertaining, very insightful. I swear we ranged from so many things tonight. bomb threats, and we still had to come to school. What the heck? What the heck? How the school's infested with mice? Yes. Remember that? They would say don't have food in the classrooms, don't leave food in your locker. Fire got started in our band room when I was a freshman. Brooke, was the band teacher weird? I never had a band. That just made me think of it. Fire started, that's funny. We had bomb threats. Did I just block it out? No, I don't think I do remember that. I think I'm like making up a false memory in my head. I do remember one of my friends jokingly said, like friends in high school, jokingly like made a joke about having a knife or knifing somebody. I don't remember what it was. She got called down to the office and she was crying because she didn't mean it. And it's like, you don't say those things. It was like it was just funny. We never had a bomb threat, so we used to have lockdowns where there were criminals on the run in the day. That's terrifying. The school I went to recently got their servers hacked. My high school best friend hacked the school servers on our senior year. I forgot about that. We went to the shooting thread on Twitter. Oh my gosh. Oh, it was dare to say. Oh, so it doesn't stand for anything. It wasn't like DARE standing for anything. I kind of wish there's a student again to see that. Male elementary school had more problem. Got to school in the synagogue for 3 months. Oh, interesting. Clearly, my high school books are not wild enough to be. But then again, if your books were this wild, you would say that's not believable. So, okay, cool. I just heard gossip, so I never knew if the gossip was right or not. Shooting threats my senior year, like once. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. You know what? I feel like I remember that, hearing about that, like after I graduated. I think I do remember hearing about that. We just kind of chaotic because of school. The same people live in the street. With the car accident, that would be really chaotic. Oh, once a month. I remember that being, I feel like I remember hearing about that. Seeing a stink bomb. So bad we had to go outside. How funny. Yeah, I remember that. I remember those drills. We had a hallway in like my middle school that if like one of the doors blew out, it would really literally just vacuum kids out, like because the hallway was such a weird hallway. Oh, there was a comment. This comment I mentioned. Answer. So this week, not Valentine's Day. But what am I looking forward to this week? I don't know. I don't think anything's happening this week. I think this week is going to be the slow week. And then next week is the, 2 weeks from now. Is 3 weeks from now? I don't remember. The 28th is release week. So I don't know. I don't really think anything's happening much this week. You know? What is something fun that's coming on your week? My school had 3 school buildings, including. Hang on, my mom is texting me. She's probably like, is she okay? She hasn't been responding. I'm still streaming, ma'am. She asked how it was. It was good. Hang on. Okay. Oh, this chair. I think one of the springs broke and moving. So, oh my gosh, my butt is killing. Who are you, my friend? I don't know if you're who I think you are. But if you are who I think you are, tell me you are who I think you are. Message me. If you are who I think you are, hello. If you're not who I think you are, hello, random person. I don't know if I know you, but hello. If you are who I think you are, friend. Let me see. This is where I want to pick up. My camp was also the camp of student failures. Oh, it wasn't Jason. We had when we went to camp. My camp group got into so much trouble. Oh my gosh, that was stupid. My camp, we got banned. We banned the for a few years. People got banned, but it's funny. Camp. Oh my gosh, why are my parents choosing now to message me? Oh my goodness. My school had did I write this? Did I read this, I mean? For kids that did too many things to keep them with regular students. I did read this. I'm confused. I'm confused. I put on lockdown because a bat flew into a school. You know, put on lockdown because of a bat. Then again, bats, I would hate to be attacked by a bat. So, like, I understand. Drug abuse resistant education. Okay. 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 That makes sense. We had West Campus 4K kids, East Campus 4K kids, and alt school. Ooh, that's a lot of students. Well, then again, Chicago is a big, understandable. Someone got suspended on the last day of school because his friend put a stink bomb in his on the last day of school. That's so funny. I'm trying to think if there. My brain is blanking on all the fun stories now. Although then again, I did give pretty much a few. I don't think it really helped that much though. I don't know why I read that very weirdly. Stink bombs. Did anybody set off stink bombs in our school? I don't remember. No, you're okay. I will say our sprints are over. We're just chatting right now. But message me to confirm because I don't know if a part of me thinks you are, but then a part of me thinks you could also be somebody who is also trolling me. But so I don't know. But I'm curious. Either way, I'm glad you're here because but I'm also slightly confused. Not sounding creepy at all. Is this what you? I feel like I have gone back and forth in the comments. I've forgotten like where I am in life right now. Hunter did the ketchup packets. See, so for what was I gonna say? For the camp, someone stuffed. I mean, and I think for this one, they didn't really know what they were doing, but somebody put, I think it's like tampons down the toilet, and it flooded the entire bathrooms. And I actually missed quite a bit of this camp because I was homesick, so I was like crying, and I left for like a few days or a day. But we were terrible kids. We did not listen. I mean, I listened. That was a good little 6th grader. But that's funny. I actually don't think stink bombs don't sound familiar to me. We talked about the serial killer in school one day, and their friends how he was loved camp. That's crazy. Also, I also wouldn't be surprised if that was a lie. But if it's not a lie, like if they weren't lying to you, like if there's proof, that's insane. I also actually had a killer bury bodies in backyards of my neighborhood in high school. What? Maybe I don't want to move to a big city. One time in college, some weird insects I never saw before or after that year started falling from the ceiling. I was screeching like a little girl. Same. I would too. Insects and I, we don't jive together. I would never. I didn't know stink bombs were real things. Literally, I didn't know either. I'm looking at I'm like waiting for a message to come through. But it's okay if that's not you. I'm just like, if it is you, my friend, have you been here this entire time and you didn't say anything? I was such a quiet kid in high school that I just observed all the crazy stories. My crazy stories came after I turned 20. That's me. I observed them all. I don't remember. You know, I wish I did, but like my brain just like blanked everything out of my head once I graduated. I know people who had them, but no one set them off. So we were a no stink bomb kind of school. This is kind of like a chat room, you know? For senior prank, they went to put a for sale sign in the school. I don't think that's really funny though. I don't think we did a senior prank, if I'm remembering correctly. I remember this wasn't my graduating year, but one of the pranks somebody did was like all the seniors laid down in the hallway, and then they would complain when they got stepped on. Like, what did you expect? That wasn't my grade though. I don't remember what grade that was, but I'm like, what did you expect? You're laying down in the middle of the hallway. Did you think we weren't gonna step on you? We need to make this is a really such a vibe. I'm here for it. Sorry. Hang on. Sorry. Oh my gosh, that show. Throwback. It's genuinely not a lie. That's crazy then. That's crazy. You would think that they would like you would think they would what was I gonna say? Not let you go to camp there. In middle school I saw my Spanish teacher's shirt from her home closet with my you broke into her house? Esperanza. What? Is that what? Oh my gosh. Even writing high school all wrong in our books. I don't know. I feel like I know enough people who'd be like, that's not realistic. It's like, no, it is. It's just psychotic. Could you imagine? Anything more with 4? Anything more with 4? Yeah, literally no thank you. For real, I'm changing high school books from now on. I would love to read them. Oh, that's right. That's right. Because I was gonna say, I don't remember us doing anything. Although, why did they threaten suspension? What one was there a bad one? Because other than the laying down, I don't remember anybody else's senior pranks. So was there one that was bad, or was it just our principal being like a loser? Because I don't remember. Also, if you are who you, I think you are. Hello. I'm glad you're here. I'm surprised you're here. When are we gonna hang out, friend? When are we gonna hang out? I have a place now. Our senior prank was very lame. Don't remember what it was though. See, that's how you know it wasn't good. It was very lame when you don't remember it. But is that why they did that? Oh my gosh, what losers. Chickens. I mean, I get that my grade was kind of weird, but like out of all the grades, was it the worst? Dang. I guess I just didn't remember. Guess we were rebellious. Our senior prank was very lame. Don't remember what it was though. Oh, I hate myself. Ah! They told us we wouldn't walk if we did a prank. Losers. 1 year put roadkill on like literal roadkill. How do I not remember that? So I have a Discord I created for writing that only for me, but I can link you can all join it. Oh, that's so fun! That's a smart thing to do for the Discord for writing. Because someone wanted to steal the tea from our school sign, so it would be more. That's so well then I understand. That's so funny though. Somebody once did a promposal where they pretended to get permission to do promposals from that on. Why is that like the coolest thing ever? No, I mean, I would probably have said no. If anybody did that to me, I would say no. But like in hindsight, why is that epic? Also, I don't think links can be shared in my chat. So I don't think they can be shared. I think YouTube blocks my link when links get shared. My friend lived him over. Okay, well, it wasn't my idea. It's okay. Didn't you just say that you were quiet in high school? You broke into a teacher's house. My friend. Also, if anyone hasn't published your books, we'd love to read them, especially if they're romance. Yes. Seniors before me are trash. The senior lounge. You got a senior lounge? I'm jealous. Our grade totally had a reputation for being a bad grade. We weren't that bad. There were a few bad. They were a few bad nuggets. I think that's the thing too. We had so our school is so small that our elementary is attached to the building. So like the fact that they did that and little elementary kids saw it. No, that is so upsetting. I didn't know that. There's so many things I did not know. I just kept my head down. Oh, a guy in a couple grades above me made a kill us. My friend was the one that, that's so terrifying. That's so terrifying. Oh my gosh. My school had a reputation for being stuck up because we had one of the best football teams in the state. All of us were pretty chill with each other. We did not have to worry about football. We were bad at football. We were very, very bad at football. At least my senior year, I think we were really bad. And also, I don't think it posted. Middle school is another story. I went to a school with an 8th grade class of 24 because Catholic school, we all knew each other since kindergarten. Yeah, I love that. My thing glitched for a second. I feel like I would love, I mean, like I said, we had 53, 54-ish. So we were a pretty small group as well. We had, I don't know how much to say and how much is like not good to say. But like, so my elementary school, I think I had 19 in our classes. We had 19. But then we had to combine with like a bigger school because we were literally that small. So I think both of our schools were kind of on the small side, but I think we were the smallest. With the 19 would have been the graduating class. I think my brother's graduating class was 17. So this is crazy. I was much more outgoing in a small school. I feel like in a small school, yeah. I remember my dad told me he and his friends put a bunch of tires on the flagpole and his class stayed up all night to do it. That's funny. I don't think my parents have any fun stories from high school. I don't know. Not that they ever told me. My parents are pretty boring as well. People often tell me they have elementary schools attached to high schools, and they can't picture that. Yeah, ours did. Ours was. Yep. For the longest time, before our schools combined, we were at a high school, middle school, and elementary school all in one building. So that was how small we all were. Crazy. Transferred to a school of 4K for high school, and I would literally go insane. I think I would go insane. I would go insane. We need a Facebook group. I know. In middle school, we had a whole assembly for adult news got center. That's so sad. That is so upsetting. I'd be so upset. I'm glad they had an assembly, but then you'd also feel kind of embarrassed too. My 8th grade class was 12 kids, including me. My high school class was 88. 12 kids. Wow. That's a small class. Sounds good. Sounds good. So scared of person. Yeah. Well, did you go into it knowing anybody? Because I think that would help if you went into it knowing somebody. That was a crazy thing too, because like when our schools combined, it was really nerve-wracking because we were combining with people who already had friend groups and stuff. And it was nervous, like, oh, who's who are we gonna make friends? And I remember my guy friend, he moved, I think it was like the middle of that first year that we combined. And so I was like, really, like, it was like one of my close guy best friends from elementary, and I was so nervous. But I ended up making 2 really good friends that lasted me, one through high school and one through life still. One who may or may not be here. I'm still not convinced. I went to a private middle school and then transferred to a public middle school for 8th grade, but hated it. But at the private, they had elementary and middle school on the same school campus. Yeah. I feel like switching from private to public, that would be a really tough change. I worked at a private school. And so I feel like if I had to do like switch, it would be kind of like a big shock in a way. Thinking now, for the town I lived in, the amount of stories I can think of is wild. I love it. I love wild stories though. I agree. K through 7th grade school. One of my elementary school teachers told me I had a voice to be a writer. That stuck with me. Oh, I think the one thing that my middle school English teacher really did a good job of like encouraging me to pursue writing. So yeah. Yeah, it was horrible. Everyone knew, and she was new that year. Good thing people moved on. That poor thing. That poor thing. You never know any better when you're little. That poor thing. I only know a few seniors. One girls in my grade from my school were on the other hand, or on the other friend group in middle school, so didn't like me. This is giving me so many flashbacks to like mean girls in high school. I swear. Which is better, big high school or smaller? I think mine was pretty small, so it was always cramped. Like big structure-wise, or like big class size? Curious. I switched high school 3 times. I pretty much gave up. My goodness, that would be really tough. That'd be really, really tough. My Catholic school was really cliquey and really pushed Catholic high school, so most of my friends went to those. That makes sense. It would be probably a huge shock going from a Catholic high school, going from a Catholic school to a public 4K school. Friend, thank you for joining us tonight. It's been great chatting with you. I thought it was, it's funny, just AJ. I'm like, huh, that's interesting. But how long have you been here? Have you been here? You haven't been here this whole time, have you? Have you? Do you come to these normally? I mean, that's okay if you do, but I'm just like, now I'm like, oh, it's always so, like I've talked about before, it's always so crazy when like people from real life, like, find me over here, because it's not often, because I don't post about it really. Like I don't post my live streams on my personal stuff. But I love you, friend. Big hugs. Big hugs. I miss you. Went to Kate school, then oh, is it like one school building? Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to like figure out what this means. K8. So that just means kindergarten through 8th grade is all in one building. Is that what that means? I think. Yeah. I went to private school for kindergarten through 8th and then switched to public for high school. It wasn't that bad for me, but I did know a couple people. That would be helpful. Whew. I only knew the senior boys from Keynes. I was in, and one of them became my first boyfriend, but he dumped me, and then he had no friends. Oh. Oh. Hello, Sunny. My 8th grade teacher really encouraged my writing. I've considered reaching out to her to tell her it's my job now. Oh, you should. My my high school teacher has been really encouraging, like in the past. But I remember she emailed me once, like asking to meet up, but it was like probably a year after I graduated. So like back then I was still like, oh, that's a little weird for me. But now I would meet up to chat. Like I would just talk, because it's just, nostalgic, but like the good kind of nostalgic, not like I don't want to go back to high school. I really don't. By the time I graduated, I actually loved going to a big high school, but the beginning was hard. Yeah, I feel you. My friend once stopped me mid-sentence just to tell me I talk like a writer. My mom does that all the time. I use big words, I guess, and she's like, she's a writer. Like big classes and structure. There was never room for our town within our high school, but I don't think bigger high school would help. Oh, big classes. I see. We had pretty small classes, like I said, but classroom size was pretty small too, I think. I'm trying to picture. I feel like I can't remember anything about high school classes except for my math class, because we could goof off all the time. Okay. I think that's so nice. Oh, thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, we're gonna have to block somebody. Okay. Sorry. Oh, Keynes. Oh, I thought that was like a Keenson. Was it? See, that's what I knew it as. Okay. Yeah. See, that sounds good. I love playing Clue. Who is the mystery? Well, at first I'm like, is this you? And then when she replied, I'm like, okay, is this her? Or is this somebody online who saw my reaction and is like, yes, I am that person? You know what I'm saying? So I'm suspicious. But my friend, love you so much. Thank you for letting me be in your wedding. Hope your marriage is going great. You couldn't pay me enough to go back to high school. Literally no. Literally no. Oh, like it wasn't bad, but it was like not good enough to want to go back to it, So, would you ever do a school event at your old school? I feel it'd be cool, but weird if I would never. No. Well, unless I think I can't because, no, I can't. I wouldn't because, like, when I went to school, reading was not cool. And like, so I have like not, I mean, like, I feel like I'm not connected to that, you know? I feel like whenever I think of school and my writing dreams, I'm like, don't read that magic. That's weird. Yeah, literally. Like whenever they turn 15, yeah. They had it on, what is it Waverly Place? Alex had a quinceanera. High school is a fever dream. That's so funny. No, you have enough. There's enough meat there that it's somebody being creepy. It's fine. I mean, it looks a little creepy, but maybe they weren't trying to be creepy. But we just muted it for now. What time is it? Lord, it's 11:30. An hour has passed, friends. An hour has passed. I never go back to high school either. High school was traumatic. Yeah. And like I didn't play sports, so it's not like I had like a lot of good memories. I was homecoming queen, so that was cool. I might go back to that moment if I could. But like otherwise, I didn't have like a boyfriend that I would like to love to reminisce about. Like I didn't have cute crushes. I had like weird crushes, you know, like crushes that I'm like, why did I crush on this person? You know, it's like that's scary to think about. Yeah. I literally don't. We didn't really even have clubs either. Like we never had really after school clubs. I don't believe so. Unless I just was not social enough. I remember, oh my gosh. It's going back to our talk about social anxiety. In my sophomore year of high school, so it was like Halloween, I dressed up as a nurse because I had scrubs. So I dressed up as scrubs. And this boy, I think he was a grade under me. He must have been a grade under me because he wasn't in my grade. He wasn't older. He dressed up as a doctor. And I was waiting by this door for my mom to come to pick me up. And he came up to wait by the door too. And he made a comment about, oh my gosh, we're matching. We should have like hung out today. I remember being so flustered in front of this boy. And I'm like, and I remember thinking to myself, he's younger than me. I shouldn't be flustered. But oh my, that was traumatic. I was so embarrassed because he was talking to me and I was stuttering. I was like mumbling, like just because I was so nervous. I don't know why I just thought about that. Oh my gosh. Oh, that gives me anxiety just thinking about it. I was so embarrassed. Not because of high school. My life was like one peak trauma periods for me. Oh yeah, see, we don't need to go back. We don't need to go back. Have you ever considered a high school reunion, like the 20th year or 40? I probably would go just to like get all the tea. You know, I probably would go. I'd be curious enough to go to see who goes. But then again, aren't you supposed to have like a 5-year reunion too? Like, is that normal or not normal? Because I thought I remember that being a thing. But my class president, I don't know if she would plan it. In my grade, I don't think anybody would go. So yeah, I would go if they had one. I'd be curious enough. I'd be nosy enough. And I'd be back in high school and pay for my own. That's true. Back in high school and avoid all the adult stuff. Of course I did. Oh my gosh. Yes, that was my era. Did you see that there's a Wizards of Waverly pod with Jennifer Stone and David DeLuise? DeLuise? Is that? No, that's not his last name. Is that his last name or is that the other one's last name? No, David Henry was the other one. David DeLuise. Yes. Jennifer Stone and David DeLuise. I watched the first episode and I was obsessed. I'm excited for that series, that podcast. Oh my gosh, we were just talking about it. Oh my gosh, yes, I'm excited for it. I didn't have hye school life. I was nice that everyone didn't have any good friends. I felt like I was a therapist. Everyone had something going on. It was easy to talk to. Yeah, I feel you. That would be sucky. Where am I at? I love that we're so close in age. We had some of my favorite shows. Yes, that's so fun. That is so fun. There you go. My comments keep jumping. I did theater, so it's specific theater things I missed. That makes sense. I feel like when you are part of clubs and stuff like that, like theater and band, when you're a part of like something that is more like connected, I feel like it would be something to miss. Yes, love it. Great show. I want to rewatch it. I probably will cringe, but I'm gonna rewatch it. I want to rewatch it, and then I want to listen to the podcast episode. Theater was cool, but everyone was so dramatic because high school hormones and everything meant so much. Everyone to have, yeah, yes. Oh, I'm glad you're here. I'm really glad you're here. Mostly, I remember I signed up for drama once, and then I faked strep throat for the week of the play because I did not want to sing my line. It was drama, not theater and drama, the same thing. Me, I don't know. High school was only for me, even though I had my cousins were there. They were friends, boyfriends, pretty much. I was on me. Yeah, high school is just so traumatic for everybody. Literally, like, no thanks. My one friend misses high school, and I'm like, why? But that's the friend that it's fine. It's fine. We're not gonna talk about it. We're not gonna talk about it. My private school had nothing other than classes. They have clubs. It's funny to me. Yeah, I don't believe we had clubs either. I could be wrong. Brooke and Ariel could correct me, but I don't think we had clubs. Such a good show. Oh my gosh, you guys, we found another thing to talk about. I'm talking so loud, my bad. I had a crush on the same guy for all 12 years of high school. We were cool with each other, but I would never tell him I liked him. Oh no. Oh my gosh, now even thinking about it now, I just roll my eyes. I had a crush on one of my guy friends, and I can't even tell you why. But I remember we went to his house going into junior year, and I looked trash, yo. I looked so bad. But I remember we were outside, and I saw the exact moment, because he liked me first, and then I liked him after he stopped liking me, you know, like one does in high school. I saw the exact moment he like fell for me, because we were outside, and it was like dark, and it was starry. There was a bonfire, but I had wandered away from the bonfire to sit on like this little porch swing kind of thing. And for some reason, he came up to me, and I remember this so clearly because this was my intention, was to be dramatic and like extra, me looking trash as well. I remember I like was looking up at the stars, and I'm like, it's so beautiful out tonight, right? And I remember the exact moment he's like, right. Oh my gosh. Oh, I remember that so clearly. And then he liked me, and then when I liked him back, he didn't like me. So, you know, boys in high school, gotta love them. That's so funny. I made it through freshman year and absolutely miserable as I finished up. I wish I wanted to do online because I was so sick a lot in high school. But my teen years were rough. I feel like I'm in the upswing now. We'll never go back. Yeah, we're all thriving now. Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, the class president is supposed to plan them. So, like, the school doesn't plan it, but the class president does. Like, my class president could say, hey, we're meeting at Applebee's on this day for a reunion. But I had somebody ask me once if we had a 5-year reunion. I don't know. And that's so funny. Took the cash and ran. That is so funny. That doesn't surprise me though. I pretty much had fake friends in high school, like people that pretended to care so they didn't feel bad, but no one stuck as a friend except for like 1 or 2 people. So it was lonely and not lonely. Oh, that's not fun. That is not fun. That's the thing with high school. People are just so concerned with like how they look, and you know, and they just love to stir drama, you know, and that's the hard thing when you're not about the drama, because it does get lonely. But it's also like, would I rather have friends and drama or no friends and no drama? I don't know. My valedictorian, I thought we were friends. So we sat at this lunch table. There was 5 people at our lunch table. And I thought like we were an okay group. Like I migrated between 2 lunch tables, but I had one close friend in that 5-group lunch table. And the valedictorian was the friend of that friend. So I thought we were all cool. And in her valedictorian speech, she literally listed everybody at our lunch table except for me. She's like, it was really great getting close to you, and I love this about you, and this is my best friend since childhood, and like the other person? The other person than her, and like she didn't mention me. I'm like, what? Well, I mentioned everybody else at our lunch table except for me. I'm like, wow, friend. The things you remember about high school, you know? Like, I don't remember anything else that she said except for that, because she was so nervous, and I was sitting by her, like, in the lineup, and I'm like, you're gonna do great, and she gets on there, I'm like, ouch, I thought we were friends. Some of your schools do 10-year reunions. Mine didn't. I'm wondering if they'll do a 20-year. I'd be curious. I feel like at, like, a 20-year, people are like, ooh, what are they doing? I want to see people. You know, I feel like people get nostalgic enough to forget about high school, and they're like, oh yes, let's bring people back. But it was the weekend of the Worldwide Write-a-thon last summer, and all people were the ones. Oh yeah. See, if you're not good, if you don't have anybody to go with, I think it'd be really hard. Like if I had a reunion, I would drag Ariel with me. I think I would. Friend. I don't know if you'd go or not. If you would, cool. If you wouldn't, I might have to drag you. The boys that I like always reject me and give me the friend speech. It's bad because I was nice about every time. I remember there's this one guy, the only guy I told that I liked him, he literally gave that emoji like face. You know, like it's like that little bar of teeth and then the eyes. I'm like, oh. The only time I ever told the guy that I liked him. Never do it again. I really wanted a high school reunion, but sometimes I don't think I need one because I can see anyone at a grocery store. I actually haven't seen very many people at all from high school, which is weird since I live in such a small area. Oh, so good. Wanted to rewatch Switch Zipper the other day. Oh, I think that would be an interesting one to watch. I remember there's this one show on ABC Family. It was like the girl's name was, the first name was Sutton, I think. Sutton. They were like twins and they switched lives. I don't know, what was that show called? Lying Game? Is that it? That was so good, but I think they like canceled it, and they didn't finish the plot. It was a good show. I graduated about 7 years ago and haven't seen most of my class since. When did I graduate? 6 years ago? 6? Not 5. What year is it this year? 6. It's gonna be 6 this year. Wow. My first group of theater friends ghosted me after sleepover. I was like, oh, but the second group was okay. My friend, didn't have going to satisfy me again. I feel like, you know, might as well. Better people you know, you know what I mean? Like online, your friends, rather than being awkward through, not awkward, but like uncomfortable through a reunion like that. Literally, that's all I want to do now. I want to watch it. I went to rewatch that show years ago, back when it was still on Netflix. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. I mean, obviously it's a cringy show, but the acting. I also had a friend who was seeing the guy I dated. Oh my gosh. No, that is not okay. Code Yoko? Oh, is that that looks like an L on this screen, but is it an exclamation point? Because on this screen it looks like an exclamation point. I don't. It's kind of tickling my brain, but I don't know. Okay, I'm looking it up because I just want to see what it sounds familiar. Code. Okay, I got nothing from that search. I got glasses and shoes. Am I? Interesting. I'll come back to that. I had a crush on a guy for like 3 years and that never left me back, but sort of pretended. Right after graduation, he came out and said he ghosted me even though he was trying to. What the heck? I don't have any stories nearly this dramatic. Traumatic, not dramatic. Traumatic. So this makes my heart so sad. I feel bad. I feel bad for everyone I dated in high school when we turned to realize like I'm a lesbian. I love that. Ah, there's so many guys who tell me they liked me, and I feel so guilty for turning them down. Oh, I feel like a piece of trash. That happened with my friend group, not like explicitly, but my thing is my senior year. I think all of the guys, not all of the guys, 3 of the guys in my guy friend group all asked me to homecoming. I'm like, no, what are you doing? We are friends. We have been friends since middle school. Stop. One guy once declared his love for me, and I went into my turtle shell. Literally, high school is just such an awkward time. I couldn't even imagine dating in high school. I'd be so awkward. Oh my gosh, I love it. I love it. What's that? A hat? Crazy. I like hearing about my friends, other friends' drama. I'm removed from it. Yes, that's the best. When you're not in the drama, but you get to hear all about the drama. I was the awkward wallflower. Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, like it's best when you're not in the drama. I had a little bit of drama. There was a girl that was like trying to, like, I don't know, cut me from the friend group I was in, or I don't know why we all couldn't just be friends together. I don't know why we had to have drama, but she works at this restaurant that I like used to like go to with a friend. I'm like, oh, I can't even. Like now we're old and like it's so far removed, but it's also like you made some of my years not fun growing up because so this is hard, you know. I got dropped as a friend. I love the word. I love our conversations, y'all. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I got dropped as a friend once because I told her I was afraid of sticking out at the Hunter Hayes concert we went to as a dress up. She thought that meant he would notice me over. No. And she dropped you? Oh, your friend. I was so funny. Yeah, same. I would. Just as you showed up. I think community never stopped after because pretty competitive. That makes sense. It was the line game. I swear. That was really good. That sounds also nice. That's not why I used it, I swear. I actually don't even know why I used that. I think I just like the alliteration. They got to horrible. I forgot that as well. I feel like the problem with a lot of these shows, like it did have so much potential. Especially, I can see how much you would have liked it because in middle school you were learning ASL. So I feel like it did have so much potential. But then a lot of the shows with ABC Family, or this was back when it was still ABC Family, they would have like wild plot points. Like, like it doesn't have to get this wild, you know? So that's my thing. It gets too wild. Pretty Little Liars. I actually didn't get into it either. Not for me. I don't really remember much about it. I think I only watched the first season. I would want to go to reunion because my curiosity would get the best of me. High school went at it. Yeah. Season 1. Although imagine you getting to be like a full-time author class reunion. It's funny. And it's also funny how many girlies that I'm seeing like, oh, I'm starting to read. And I'm like, oh, you also made fun of me for writing when I was growing up. How funny is that? I don't know. It's super funny. Yo, why can I not find this on Google search? I feel like, oh, okay, is it an L? It's a cartoon / anime. Oh, I see. I found it. Images. 2003. This was okay. This was before my time. This was before me. I would have ever been little, and I usually watch a little bit up anyway because my oldest brother is 7 years older than me, so I was always watching things a little bit older, like at the same time, like Ed and Nettie. That came out pretty early, but I was watching that when I was little because I had older brothers. I'll watch all of it. It's hard and cringy for some points, I promise. Yeah. I don't remember much about that show. It's kind of funny. I finished a short scene of my writing group collection. Just a minute, wish me luck. Oh, good luck. Currently watching Switch to Birth. The first didn't have that channel when it first aired. I binged season 1 quite fast. Yes. Yes. It's so fun to like look at those old shows too. I can't think of any other old shows that I watched. Does anybody else remember Kyle XY about the alien with the like belly button or something? I had a guy I dated for a week write me a note that said I was the only reason he didn't unalive. And I was like, no, not again. I hope you're okay right now. That isn't that like a form of like manipulation and abuse though? So like, you know. Also, like sometimes guys can be so like not extra because that's not extra, but it's just like no, like that's not a green flag. Name something faster and your last name reminds me of person. Oh, that's fun. Yeah. The zen aspect was great and really did have a ton of potential. And the first time I watched, I kind of ignored that part, but I couldn't. This was like, no, it's not cool. Yeah. And I feel like back then it was kind of thrown around a lot in shows like that. And you're just dragging it on. Yeah. And that's a lot of things too, a lot of times. I honestly wanted High School like One Tree. I have never seen any of those. I've heard they're good though. I keep talking loud and I'm really afraid. I never hear anybody talking ever, so I watched it like 5 times. That's me with the Vampire Diaries. We've talked about this before, Esperanza, but like that was me with the Vampire Diaries. Oh, I just bought Pretty Little Liars books. I'm so excited to see what they're like compared to the wildness of the show. I've heard they're quite different. Reunions are hard for me because on one hand it'd be cool to stick it to them, but on the other hand, I hope instead of judging it, that trend is good enough still. Yeah. Do you have multiple siblings or just one? I have 2 brothers. So one's 7 years older and one is 3 years older. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, no, you're good. You're good. I think I talk about it sometimes, so it's not like it's not anything I've ever talked about before. But I'm not saying like you should have known it. But I'm just saying I'm not private with that. I also binge One Tree Hill when I was college, and I like wow. Kyle XY was such a. I don't think I ever watched Kyle XY. I just remember it a lot for some reason. My dad makes fun of it all the time. My dad, if he hears something funny once, he'll carry it on for like decades later. It is hilarious. He still quotes like old SpongeBob episodes. So, but H2O, I don't think I ever watched H2O because I didn't have that channel. Gotcha. And I never watched Once Upon a Time. Never watched Teen Wolf. I watched Grey's Anatomy. Like kind of recently. Oh my gosh. It's literally only me on Friday nights. I'm only allowed on Friday nights. So like that's the only time I talk. Filming at UCLA, that was neat. That's fun. I haven't watched any of these shows. I'm so jealous of all my brothers. I've always wanted one. I have a younger brother. He's expensive and a lot of work. The problem, I feel like when you have 2, like my brother who's 7 years older than me, we are so far removed from each other. I think that's the problem. Like when you have brothers that are too much older, or siblings who are too much older, because we never really connected. You know what I mean? Because when I was this annoying kid that's 7 years younger, you know. So I remember we had to go to the store once, and he's like, hide in the back seat while I go in. Don't come in with me. I'm like, okay. So that's so funny. I need to rewatch Vampire Diaries. The thing is, I only like Vampire Diaries like until season like 5. No, season 4 I wasn't. I'm a huge fan of seasons 1 through 3 because I rewatched seasons 1 and 2 like a bajillion times while waiting for season 3. But as Vampire Diaries goes on, I just was like, ugh. And then once Nina Dobrev left, I was like, ugh. No. Dads, what the heck? Teen Wolf was one of the ones I watched in college. Oh, it's so fun. There's That Was Me and Mermaid. I love that. Here's something about that's why I eat so much work. That's my kid. Yeah. Yeah. And I feel like, yeah. Yeah. My sisters are 4 years older and 2 years older, and that feels like a lot. I get you. I'm just loving this vibe, and literally, this is like a great little chat. We're going on 5 hours for this stream. Lord have mercy on my soul. My best friend is 12 years younger than her brother. He left for college when she started first grade. I can't even imagine having kids that far apart. You know, I can't even imagine having kids that far apart. Oh, I haven't seen The Hills. Definitely superior. Definitely superior. Like, and I've talked about this in the past, but like in those seasons, I was always a Team Delana shipper. And then once they got together, I'm like, bro, you got together. Stop being so toxic. Like, what are you being toxic for? I'm 24 and I have a 21-year-old sister and a 12-year-old brother. I don't like being the oldest. I feel like I wouldn't like being the oldest. I'm the youngest. I like being the youngest. I have read it. I read it in high school. I can't remember that much. Aside, I can remember a little bit, I suppose. But like, there's like only a few books that I remember. Like, I remember the first book. I remember the book where somebody turns like into a bad guy, and I remember the book before that. I think a little bit about that, but I don't know. I don't remember them clearly enough. Hey, I've been watching my laptop just on my TV, but I love hearing everyone's horror stories. Oh my gosh, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're watching. Yeah, everyone's horror stories are crazy. Pretty sure it was intentional to have kids that far. I'm not gonna lie, that would suck. That would suck. Because I want to write a children's book. My books could really basically be a teen soap. I love it. Yes, yes. Well, and plus too, I feel like once you draw it out too long, it can get bad. And like, there's making Damon be like a bad boy who like has a little bit of redemption, and then there's like, how would you redeem that? Is that okay to redeem? You know, and there's a lot of questionable things about that show when you rewatch it. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like the season after Nina left had a lot of potential if that had replaced the, what were they called? Well, you can't really replace the Travelers because they kind of led into, did they lead into the season after with Mama Salvatore? I think that season had a lot of potential if it had replaced a different season, so Nina Dobrev could have been in that season. Because I know she only wanted to do a set amount of seasons. I think she would have done really well in that season because it could have been a strong season. But season 5, I think, just wasn't my favorite. And that's kind of when I started being like, okay. Or season 6 is her last season, eh? What was season 6? Oh, no, I hated season 6. Season 6 was when we had grief, right? Season 6. I hated season 6. Oh, Lord. I think it's not okay with their minors. So like, you know, thinking back, the Vampire Diaries, she's 17. That's not great. You know, that's not great. So I feel you. I think it is interesting that that was a thing, you know. So many young adult romance books are like that. Hush Hush was one, and I love Hush Hush, you know, I love it. But like, that's one that, you know, we have a teenage girl. Fallen, another one that is a teenage girl. Twilight. God. There's a lot of them that are like, oh dear. So it's alarming what passes in the young adult romance world. Like Sweet Evil. I don't know if anybody's ever read Sweet Evil. How did that pass? No clue. No, there's a plot point in there. I don't know how that ever passed into a young adult, but twin sister, can't relate to much. I love that. Well, you have to let me know if it does hold up. Kind of always secretly hated how sarcastic David was. Yeah, I feel like there's times when, yeah, that's what I write. I think you read it all the time. Like, yeah, you definitely need parental consent. Older themes for sure. Yeah, that's funny. I can't personal characters bad don't get together in real life. Not about in fiction, off the phone. Literally, like Klaus. Last season was cringe. Season 8. I was dedicated. I was dedicated, even though my girl left, even though I was Sarah Dobrev. That's so embarrassing. But I was dedicated. I'm gonna keep watching. She left at the end of season 6, and then she comes. I won't spoil. But so we had 7 and 8 without her. 7 was good. 8 was bad. 6 and 8. Eek. The books aren't exactly inappropriate. They do include suggestive themes and cursing that I don't need my 11-year-old cousin reading. Yeah. I hate the unrealistic. I'm going to stay evil regardless of what happens. Come on, you got to change in some way to some degree. I'm up to the Gemini Coven season. Gemini Coven. So that would have been season... Is that season 6? I'm trying... Season 6. That would have been season 6. Yes. See, I just don't love how they made Nina's... I don't love how they made Elena in that season. So like that was like, not a fan. But I love that plot point. I liked that plot point. My books are really spicy, but all mental illness and trauma is always very present. Yeah, and that's definitely something you would want to... I'm looking at the Klaus and Caroline comments. I don't worry about the immortal teenage girl as long as the immortal character looks plus is mentally teenage. Get you. That was good for a while. I never watched it. I feel like if only like as once someone's like a consenting adult, like okay, there's no ground to stand on. Like the youngness, But then again, when are we getting more info on this movie series, whatever is going on here? Also, they're making another movie TV show for Fallen, and I'm like, why? Like, you tried it once. It didn't. It's like the Mortal Instruments and Shadowhunters all over again. Yeah, I love it. I was so upset that. Oh yes. I couldn't believe they were trying to make that a thing. Like he was the teacher. And maybe gay. I love it. They like flirted and they had a little flirtation and they had some sexy times together. But I don't know if they were really. I don't think they were dated. I loved Kai. Yes. Oh, Kai. Now that's a psychopath that with no redeeming qualities. Although, like, no, psychopath with no redeeming qualities. But like, I loved his character. I thought it was so interesting. Did anybody ever watch that show that he was in? It's called Containment, I think. It was about like a virus that broke out, which now thinking about, but it came out I think like 2017, 2018. That was pretty good. I forgot about Kai's character until this moment, which, yes, enjoy. They did date. Okay. I must have forgotten they're like. I wish the Gemini Coven got their own show because I'd watch it. Yes. Although, when going off the Gemini Coven, when like I said, when Mama Salvatore and her group came in, it kind of felt like an entirely different show at that point. Does anybody else like think so? I think we just had so many new characters all at once. So we were focusing on so many people's backstories. So I liked Fallen, but I think there are definitely some things about the book that I would have changed. Like there's like I went back and reread it. I'm like cringing through a lot of it of how she just see if I would have loved those books even more now if she weren't like so obsessed with him like right off the bat. And I know like that's kind of the point because they're supposed to be like faded together, but she's so obsessed with him right off the bat. And it just in a way that makes me like cringe from secondhand embarrassment, you know? I think the book would have been so much more interesting if like she was kind of into him but kind of not into him. You know, I feel like you need like I don't know. I just feel like she was a little bit too much into him. You know what I'm saying? Not like in a weird way, but just like almost obsessive too quickly. I've never watched nor read Game of Thrones. I live for those books. I hear there's a TV show coming. Yeah, I've seen the casting. It doesn't look like good casting. I'm not a fan. I don't. At least what I've seen. And maybe the haircuts are different. Maybe the haircuts I've seen for the characters are like not right, but they don't look. The haircuts don't look right. Problematic too. Yeah. Well, I do remember the age gap, but and it's. I feel like it's a little different when there's another one like that, Vampire Academy and Half-Blood by Jennifer Armentrout are very similar, but they have that's another age gap. That's like when you're not an immortal being. I mean, it's still weird if you are an immortal being, but if you're not, there's no reason for you to date a child, like a 17-year-old person. When you're 24 or 22, no. Fallen books, they're really good. Ah, yes. Kai was so great. Yeah, his plot was so good. So good. Drea, thank you for popping in and saying good night. Have a good night too. Fallen, beautiful creatures, absolutely murder them. Yeah. Beautiful creatures. That is so bad. The accents. Do you remember the accents in Beautiful Creatures, Ariel? No. He was a great character, but oh my god. It was a very well-crafted character, but a terrifying character. I remember I loved the books, but I can't remember a thing about them except for the way book 3 starts and ends. Because I remember thinking that like connection between those two, like how it starts kind of like starts and ends kind of the same, but the last line of how it ends is really good. For some reason that stuck with me, but nothing else did. I was offended there. You guys are so funny. This is my BFF weekend. I feel like a baby because I was same with kid. It feels so weird being alone. Well, I'm glad we had this chat then. I saw the movie in theaters. It was rough. The book was so pure. I was going to comment about that, but I forgot what my comment was going to be. It's kind of like when they broke off to make originals. They wanted to shift to TVD. Did anybody else watch the new show with Rick's kids? What was that show called? Legends? No. What's that show called? Was it Legends? It was a terrible show. Whatever it was called, it's terrible. I tried to watch it. It was so bad. It was so cringe. They're bringing in monsters left and right that we never saw in the Vampire Diaries. It's like, why? Why? I think I remember what you're talking about. I remember the first one being my favorite though, because I liked the very last one. I think I remember especially I wanted to audition to be the main character. It's funny because I actually don't love reading in boy point of views, so it's interesting that I liked those books so much. But Love Gelato or After, I'm debating. I have not seen nor read Love Gelato, and I've never read After. I've seen After. I've only watched the first movie really, and then I watched the rest through Dylan Is in Trouble on YouTube because he roasts them because he feels personally victimized by them. But so I don't know. I remember, yeah, it would be really fun to rewrite that book if you know, it was like from a just for fun perspective. I just think in my head when I remember that book, I always remember it differently. Like I always picture it differently to be more interesting. Age gaps are hard with this for me. It's very obvious and it's weird. Yeah. Book 1 was my favorite Beautiful Creatures book. It was all for the Not Like Other Girls in high school. Yeah, they did that one really well though, the Not Like Other Girls trope. If you're not immortal, if you're mortal, it's still kind of weird. And it's funny how normalized it was, you know? Try to justify in a way that would carry over into life. It's no point. Yeah. Legacy. Oh no. 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 It was so bad. It was so bad. Oh no. I've never seen nor read Percy Jackson. Legacy. It was. I didn't like it. I just couldn't get into it. It just seemed very very cringe. You've seen the So I've seen the After movie. I went to it with a few friends that I worked with. They were very Christian. They thought it was a romance, like just a normal romance movie. So we all went together to see it in theaters. So it was a time and a half. I have with Ever and Damon was the name, Damon. Another like Love You Throughout Time, right? Yes, and it's the Immortals. Yes, you're right. Good job. I don't remember a thing about. No, I remember that book. I remember those books. And I remember one. There was like a sexual assault like thing, and I remember it freaking me out when I read it. And I was little. I probably was 12. And I remember it freaking me out. It wasn't like a detailed sexual assault. It was something that like was graphic enough. Like she was like not under her own influence, or she was under a guy's influence, and he was like kissing her and being all like up on her. And I remember it being like freaking me out. So I don't know if I even finished the series after that. I had the entire series. But I remember the first book and that book. But otherwise, I'm always a first book girl, so book one's probably my favorite. I don't remember a single thing with the rats, except for at one point they can't. Oh, yes, I remember that too, now that you point that out. Yeah, I forgot about that. Literally, I'm looking at it. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 books. 7 books. Like, I don't remember a thing about it, except for the first book, the one that they can't touch, and then that one with the side guy character that is gross. I don't know what his name was. I don't know. But I kind of forced myself to like the first After movie. But I couldn't deny how cringe it was. I love the books, but the movie was I get you. It was a time and a half. Yeah. It was a time and a half. It was so uncomfortable because like I didn't know what it was going into it, but I guess neither of us did. None of us did. But when it got to that part, it was so uncomfortable. It was so awkward. Oh, that's like the only series I have all of them. It wasn't my favorite series, so I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know. I have them all too. I was on a thing where I would buy every single book that I would read. So like instead of like buying on ebook and whatever, that's why I have so many books. That's not even all of them, but that's why I have so many because I swear. Ooh, did anyone read the fiction series where teenagers that get pulled into a board game and have to escape? I can't remember the name. Jumanji. Sounds interesting. Oh, I don't know, but that sounds interesting. Usually, I only read romance stuff growing up, so this scene with Gemma Twin with the Tri-Man was good in the show. The show was weird, but I would say about 12 to 15 episodes was good. I liked the fact that the twins, had to figure out their whole Gemini thing. I thought that was an interesting plot point. I also loved when Thomas Doherty made an appearance because, like, swoon. I feel like I don't remember much about that show. I don't remember how much of it I watched, but I remember I watched some sitcom show where mom and son accidentally went to see an erotic movie together. I was so I feel like you'd have to find out about it pretty quickly, So good. That's interesting. That is so interesting. Now, once you figure out what it's called, you have to let me know. Hearing that starts makes the movie. This is 40. Well, let's look it up. Let's look it up. Book. Would you say they're pulled into a board game? Characters pulled into board game. Was it old? Zathura? No, that's not it. I just read it. I just was looking at the thing, but it's not. It's an intergalactic-based adventure. That's not a board game. Why is it not showing me books? I don't want actual games. Well, this made me laugh. I know it's a typo, but this is so funny. Well, hang on. Was it about like one of the females becomes that what? When she gets stuck in a spider web? I'm looking at some. Is it no? Not the Twilight Realm. That's not it. Friends. I don't know. What is it, Lindsay? What is it? Let us know. The Forbidden Board. Oh, well, that is really on the nose. That's funny. No, that made me laugh though. How fun though. I'm glad we figured it out because we all would have been like freaking out. I've never seen the movie. Is it the one that has I don't know. I don't know. Well, this was a good 5 hours. We had probably streamed for 2 and we talked for 3-ish, right? That's probably it. Wow. Wow. This was really fun though. It was really nice chatting with you guys. I love seeing high school friends pop into the chat. Made my night. God. Excuse me. Why are we bringing up childhood trauma? Excuse me. It's terrible. It's a terrible movie. Terrible movie. No, it was a good movie. Don't get me wrong. It was a good movie. It scarred me for like ever. Because I had a boy best friend growing up, and like we would always act out stuff like they did in that movie. We would act out stuff in my backyard, his grandparents' backyard. Like we were those kids. And so when we watched the movie, I'm like, the girl dies. What if I die? Literally scarred. It was a fun time. Yes, trauma. Literally, no. I don't remember the book so much. I remember I read it, but I don't remember the book so much. The movie, you know. Oh, Tuck Everlasting. I remember that. We read the book and watched the movie in school, in like elementary school too. Weird, but it's on Disney Plus. I saw it today. That's another thing where the age gap's weird though. You know, like it's another one where the age gap's a little funky. Everything about that movie and book made me cry, and if I could dream about Bridge to Terabithia, I think. Yes. Yeah, because Tuck Everlasting was more like, you know, kind of okay. But a separate piece. Interesting. Tales of Despair. I haven't heard of either one of those. Interesting. Well, I feel like I need to go, but it's just so fun to just chat. Lord have mercy. And I'm shocked that we actually have been going this long. Hopefully this ads revenue is like $2. But I'm not sure. Oh, super old book I read in high school. I haven't heard of it. Interesting. I hate when books hurt you. You know, that's why I like nice K-dramas now, because I'm too emotionally not prepared for sad stuff. So, like, I watched Snowdrop. No, I don't know if I watched Snowdrop, but the ending is terrible. It's so sad. But I don't know. I just can't read stuff that hurts me. Well, have a great rest of your night. I will let you all go. We're gonna stream again next Friday. It's not gonna be this long. Ow, ow, ow. My butt is killing me, guys. Oh my gosh. I need to stretch. It's not gonna be this long. Probably unless we find something else to chat about. But I will see you all then if you come and join us. If you don't, that's okay too. But have a great rest of your morning, afternoon, or night, and have a great weekend. Bye, guys.